Well, good morning, Dam Fam. Today, recording day is Thursday, August 27th, and we've got a jam-packed show for you today. Ooh, messy, 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 messy. Ooh, we are going to talk about some mess, darlings. We got some drama, darlings, drama for you today. Uh, Quebec election kicks off today, so we'll talk a little bit about that. And then we will talk about, need to check my show notes here to make sure I have them in order here. Then we are going to talk about Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe because we talked about him yesterday, saying that there was a moment for him to seize. And uh, not gonna say he totally missed the moment because he did make some moves, but dude missed the moment. Just chose to let it pass him right by. Great leadership moment for him. Decided not to take it. And then yesterday, not one, but two MLAs from the BC Conservative Party, because we had been checking in on that a little bit, left the party. But the news is that's the fifth. That makes five over the last 13 days, over the last 2 weeks or so, along with a lot of people in terms of the operations of the party. And this is something that is actually desired by the leader of the party. So that's a hot mess. We'll get into that too. And if we have time, and hopefully we will have time, Rosemary Barton had an interview with the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, Ambassador Greer, as we would refer to him with his title. And it was an exercise in shameless and copious sins of omission. Intrigued? Grab your favorite bevy, pull up a log, make yourself comfortable because here we go.
Good morning, this is the Eager Beaver Show.
You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. PsychicTarot.ca, book your tarot reading and unlock your spiritual journey. And the Pepper Master, hot pepper sauces made from farm-fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. Well, good morning. And hello, Keys and Cups. I'm feeling a little impish today. And welcome to season 6 and episode number, I believe it is 970, yes, of the Daily Beaver Morning Show. Oh, Canada. And Kits and Cubs, we're going to have to do that thing that I think Kit Hyper T suggested, that we have to pick a number to do something a little interesting because, um, doing the 1000th episode thing on the 1000 thing, of course, is what everybody would expect something to do. And well, I guess we like to zig when everybody zags. So, um, yeah, on the maybe we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it on the post section of the thing. I'll just put a thing, uh, try to pick a random number, and that's the one that we'll celebrate, like the 993rd show is a big extravaganza or something, just to be different. Uh, I am your host, the eager beaver, pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver, eh? And not with me as usual is my good friend, Mr. Grizzly. Big thank you goes to our podcast's founding sponsors, the Pepper Master, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, and psychictarot.ca. Kids and cubs, how is your mental health doing today? I have to say, I am doing really well. As you can tell, I'm in a good mood today. Sunshiny in my heart, good vibes. Maybe helps that I won my tennis match yesterday. Mm, 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 mm. Played the nicest guy. Definitely a hard worker. Let's see, I think he might be running his own business if I understood correctly. Little played a little bit before and sort of returning to the game, so a little fresher to it than I am now. So I was able to get the win. Played a good, consistent game. But yeah, we just had some great conversation before the match and during and all that kind of stuff. And really, really good egg. So yeah, they said after the match, it's like anytime you want to play again, just hit me up because um, it's fun to play against people that are just fun to be with. Right. Yeah, there was some rapport there. So that's fun. Good laughs and stuff like that. And when mistakes were made, and nothing too seriously, and compliments on good shots and stuff. Just general uh, good sportsmanship and comity. I think the word is, if I'm using it correctly. So had a wonderful experience, and then. Later on in the afternoon, we went out for a nice walk. We have a trail out here that we can go for a walk on. So we did that and then had a little bit of a dinner out with a good friend that we both very much love and cherish. And came back home and had a lovely evening. So, it's just been all goodness all around. So, you know what? It's really nice to have a day like that. I tell you, it really is. It's nice to have a day like that. So, yeah, I had a day like that. So, I am feeling good. I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling well. I'm feeling rested. And there's a lot to take on today. So, we might as well just get right into it, if you don't mind. I'm seeing this here, some tidbits from a Kit Uncover that have been flashing on the screen here. Consumer debt hits record $2.6 trillion as more Canadians fall behind on payments. That's definitely an issue. Hopefully, with everything that's going on, there will be enough supports for individuals so that, um, this doesn't become a bigger issue. But that's something in Canada that's always been seems to frequently be the case, that there's a high individual consumer debt. Now, of course, um, how much of that is people needing that, using the credit card to pay off the other bill, almost like the United States is doing with its debt right now. Um, how much of that is that, and how much of that is, um, uh, people that uh, are using debt, right, to manage cash flow. But if tomorrow somebody said, you have to clear all the debts, they could do that. So it's debt that people choose to have rather than need to have. Um, that's some deeper dive data that I would like to have if that was possible to get, and I'm not sure that would be possible to get because you'd have to interview people to get that. But still, in Canada, we usually have a high number, um, and I'm don't know enough about this particular subject to know um, how big a problem it actually is. Like if all, but if you make the assumption of the worst that all of this is debt, you know, uh, that would that people would have to default on um, with within maybe 1 or 2 or 3 months if things got tight. Um, then yeah, then that's a massive problem. Right? So the additional information is there. So there's consumer debt, and I guess I don't know if there's this is what I'm looking for. If there's a measurement of ability to service the debt. So I guess would be the default rate. So I'm just thinking as I go here. If I was doing the research, where I would go and find the information. So yeah, I guess with the default rate, and I'm going to guess that as it says here, as more Canadians fall behind on payments, that the default rate is getting higher. So yeah, this is something that we definitely have to pay attention to. And what a lot of people more on the left would say is that we do not have a money problem. There is enough money sloshing around, right? We have a cash distribution problem. Right. So, and one of the ways you solve a cash distribution problem is by either a universal basic income or um, changing labor policies such that corporations are very, very heavily encouraged and incentivized to share more and to pay people what they're worth. Right. But people clearly need more money. So somehow we've got to find a way, if you want to solve this, to get more money in people's pockets. Right. Um, but yeah, that's a big one here. Susan Holt facing a moratorium. So Susan Holt's fracking moratorium review draws concern from experts and politicians. We'll have to look at that. It seems that New Brunswick is maybe looking at exploring and natural gas projects again, considering what's going on in the world here. Also, let's see, what do we have here? New child safety measures, Meta pledged in the US settlement not coming to Canada. That's not a surprise, as there's a parallel with what's going on in the trade discussions with our streaming services, right? When there's a judgment in one jurisdiction, you would think, particularly if the judgment applies to the United States, that these high tech companies would also apply to Canada and Mexico and just be done with it. But no, it really is the cost down to every penny and wanting to maintain the ability to do what they're doing. That in one jurisdiction, they say, okay, finally, we recognize we shouldn't do that. Maintain the ability to do that in all the others. Was they would rather do this settlement country by country by country rather than just taking that and making the change for the entire region, rather than paying for the cost of the entire region to make the change to the entire region. So if we want what has just been granted in the United States, now we're going to have to take in the courts ourselves and try to make that happen. Right? That's that's a choice from that company to say, well, you know what, you know, this decision is going to happen. Canada is going to come after this. We're going to have to do it anyway. We know it's going to spend all this money. Because we're recognizing that there is indeed a harm here. They're not officially recognizing it, but obviously, if they made a deal, right, they're either recognizing it's a harm or they're saying that this is just too much of a hassle and they're paying to make it go away. One or the other, right? But it's going to be happening in Canada eventually anyway. So let's just do Canada while we're at it, right? Proactively. Assuming that there is harm, let's stop this harm earlier. But no, they're going to make us fight it out. So on the streaming thing, that's the same thing, right? So they don't do it in the United States for the Americans. They don't want to do it here because there's extra costs. Or well, what about that company's freedom of expression? And it's like, but you do it in Europe. There are other languages there. You work in other areas of the world where there are multiple languages in close proximity, and you do it in all those places. Why won't you do it here? Right? Why is it such an issue for you to do it here? Why even bring it up? It's something that you are capable of doing and that you do elsewhere. I just said do. So yeah, Canadian Army looking for surveillance cargo drop drone suppliers. Marineland beluga moved to U.S. dies. Not necessarily unexpected. That's quite a shock. Dolphin and two more whales leave Niagara Falls Park for Spain. Canada excludes U.S. seafood from retaliatory tariffs. It seems that we were doing that. I'm not sure why it is we've decided not to. We'd have to look into that. But as I mentioned, we would probably be making adjustments along the way. Not sure why we made this one before the tariff even started, because that would have been particularly effective in flipping that seat in the state of Maine. So hopefully I'll be able to find a little bit of news on why that is here. Just give me a second. The News International, Be'aksa Kadus Tahir says here's why. Let's see. The announcement comes a day after Ottawa slammed levies about $20 million worth of American products. Talking to Jitter, Canada's Department of Finance posted, based on feedback, we have made select adjustments to protect against economic harms, including removing seafood and fish products from our list of counter tariffs. We are continually working with Canadian industries to assess the effectiveness of these measures, with the primary focus on industries that have been targeted by U.S. tariffs. Let's see. The exclusion of seafood from the list of retaliatory tariffs comes over the heels of growing concerns raised by U.S. lobster industries. They claim that rising duties would increase their cost. On the other hand, the counter tariffs could also provoke the Trump administration, giving them the reason to impose tariffs. Uh, let's see if there's anything additional here, perhaps from the Canadian press that could give us some details. But it seems just that they made the list. I guess that there is somebody out there still doing the math in real time as we are going and getting more input from people. And then there might have been a decision made that we thought that this was a good idea, but it is indeed going to not have the intent, the effect that we want, or an ill effect locally. So, for example, we process. It might have something to do with the fact that we process a lot of the lobster that comes from Maine. So, if we are tariffing it at that rate coming in, and let's say that raises the prices over there, and they sell less of it, so there's less demand for processing, then we hurt ourselves. We kill our jobs. So maybe we exclude seafood. Seemed like a good idea at the time, but now that we're gaming it out, right? Somebody might still be doing that type of work as well. So maybe that's how that came about. And you know what? If that is the case, that somebody, it's not like, hey, we made the list, boom, let's wait to see that somebody, what happens and we'll make adjustments then. But there are people monitoring right now in real time, taking feedback in real time, doing math in real time, calculating and recalculating and making sure that we got it right. That inspires some confidence here, at least for me. Apparently, there's a street in Ottawa called Trump Avenue that now city councilors wanted to rename. Hey, apparently also there's a Trump Lake in Ontario that some people are suggesting that Doug Ford rename. It seems that Donald Trump. Um, well, actually, you know what? I can't say that actually because I haven't double checked to make sure that that wasn't AI. Because these days, when it's Donald Trump, you never know. But him making some type of pronouncement that he did officially change it or something like that to like America, whatever. Of course, as the Quebec election kicks off today, former NDP, federal MDP MP, Alexandre Boulris, who had left the party to sit as an independent until this day, has now officially resigned his seat to run in the Quebec election. He had always said that he would sit as the representative of his riding until the day the Quebec election started. But when he announced his intention to leave the federal NDP to go run for Quebec Solidaire in the Quebec provincial election, um, that that's the day he would officially resign his seat. So that's one of the reasons his seat isn't up for by-election, because he hadn't officially vacated it. Now, from this moment, the prime minister has, I think it is the 6-month period or so, and before calling a by-election, not before 11 days, but not after 6 months or something of the sort. Um, so yeah, he's officially left, and there was another MP whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, a Bloc Québécois MP, who also has left Parliament to run for the Parti Québecois in this election. So two federal MPs have left Parliament to run in this uh, provincial election. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of seconds here. There's some news that Mark Carney is set to address the European Parliament and attend a State of the Union address. You have the Conservatives losing their minds, saying, "Oh my God, should Mark Carney address the Canadian Parliament before they address another one?" It's like, why? He just had a national address on TV that um, everyone had a chance to see. He had a meeting with cabinet that gets to spread down to all caucus. He had a teleconference with premiers. He had phone conversations with each of the party leaders, and they could spread it down. So everybody in Parliament already knows all that there is to know and can be publicly said. So why does the prime minister have to open Parliament to say in there what it is that he's already said out here? I mean, parliamentary privilege is applies to people in the House to not be accused of crimes of defamation and stuff like that under Canadian law for things that they say. It's not a shield for the Canadian government to say things that would be in the text, things that they cannot release in the text, because both parties agree to a certain amount of confidentiality with each other, as Ambassador Greer also acknowledged in that interview with Rosemary Barton yesterday, in order to have those frank discussions. Again, I tell you, find me one trade negotiation between governments, even between businesses, in which people released the draft text of an agreement that they did not sign. It's not done. Right? The conservatives are asking for things, again, that sound good if you don't stop and think about them. But yeah, so the Parliament is for doing the people's business, and until we have like either a specific suite of measures, unless we're going to make a decision to impose export tariffs, and then you can have a debate on that in Parliament. Unless we're going to make changes, substantial changes to reform to the EI system that we're going to debate, is if there's nothing to debate, uh, let the damn prime minister do his job. Stop trying to tie his hands behind his back to let him do his job. We are at war. We're at war. Stop trying to delay us in implementing our strategy. Now, I'm not saying don't ask if we've checked off every box. Don't double check that we've done things right. If you see that we've missed something, bring it up. But this whole do things that would definitely weaken our negotiating position and cause an international incident, all because we're starting with the premise that of the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Canada, it is the Prime Minister of Canada who is the least trustworthy and the most likely to lie to his own people at this particular stage. And this probably from some personal motive. In an existential crisis, the man who is the Prime Minister of Canada would be putting something personal ahead. Or something partisan ahead of what's best for the country, which ironically is specifically what that party is doing with that behavior. Right? There's going to be plenty of business to discuss and serious business to discuss. But at the moment, if you haven't noticed, again, if we are going to pivot to prosper, as the Prime Minister has said, then we need to be spending more time with the people in whose direction we are going to pivot and actually prosper than time with the people who are not only just, if they were only trying to hold us back, that would be one thing. But it's hold us back and seize control of the levers of our decision making in this country, which they just openly tried to do brazenly. Right? Don't. I have this vision in my head, right, of Donald Trump in the room, right? Okay, yeah, we've got a deal, right? And then, like, Howard Nutlick, by the way, if you all saw that clip where the journalist had a Freudian slip. But Nutlick walks into the room and just, does that creepy Nutlick thing he does. I don't have words for it. But yeah, it's dumb. So yeah, here it is. This is the one of Senor Trump. And listen, I don't like giving this guy more attention than he is, but this one is just so damn sad when you think about it, right? It's just so damn sad. This is an 80-year-old man, right, who could have done absolutely anything with his life, given all the advantages that were handed to him. He's sitting at the Resolute desk. Or I know, maybe the Resolute desk is another desk, but he's sitting at the desk in the Oval Office. And this is what this man is doing with his time.
So this is Lake Ontario in Canada and in the United States, but we're going to make a little change. We're going to call it something different than Lake Ontario. We're going to call it Lake America, and all it takes is a good pen and some intelligence. So Lake Ontario, that's gone. Lake America. So now we have a lake, and now we have a Gulf, because we have the Gulf of America, now we have Lake America, without the of. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy Lake America.
And he was so proud of himself, too. See that little smile? So proud of himself. Ah, boy. Little Fauntleroy. Not Fauntleroy, actually. Verical Salt. Oh, man. That is just so sad. That is just so sad. Because, and it actually, all it takes intelligence. It takes intelligence. So, kits and cubs. I mean, um, I'm always one to, to engage in a battle of wits and intelligence. Should that you know the occasion arise, and since Monsieur le Président proposes one, been a little busy. Somebody please send him this map, because see, we can use things to cross things out too, and we too can write new things on stuff. So, if Lake Ontario is henceforth Lake America, no of, then as your queen, I hereby declare that henceforth Lake Michigan will be known as Lake Obama. Thank you. Doodaloo. Oh man, come on, man. That's just sad. That's just sad. Okay. Special mail and ballot requests surge above 175,000 ahead of Alberta referendum. Yes, kits and cubs. And if we're going to, oh, did I have it here? Yes, a little early democracy is something that you do. You can, if you live in Alberta, and if you want to get your special ballot for the Alberta election, right here is the link for it, kits and cubs. Special ballot, all in one word, .elections.ab.ca/index/8400. And that's the form that you fill out to get your special ballot. And of course, it says here, electors may request a special ballot voting package using this application form. Packages can be mailed to the elector at any address or picked up at the returning office or at Elections Alberta. Please submit your application early to allow sufficient time to receive and complete your package. All completed special ballot packages must be returned by mail to Elections Alberta before 5 p.m. on October 16, 2026. Returning offices will not accept special ballot packages, so do not bring it to your returning office. There you go. That's the information you need to know about that one. Thank you for bringing that one up, Kit Uncover. Very important bit of news there. Let's see, what else do we have here? There's been a lot, man. There's a lot of business here. As we mentioned here, most of U.S. aluminum comes from Canada. Industry says good luck replacing it. I wish you would. Premier Eby suggests cutting off U.S. coal shipments through BC in retaliation for tariffs. I mentioned that. I think it's a metallurgical coal, I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, boy. More charges for former Manitoba MP Inky Mark after 445 guns, explosives are found in his home, says the RCMP. Okay, we are going to need to take a look into that at some point and bring you more on that. Wow, that is, gee, what was he armed for? My God, what did he think was going to happen? Canada surpasses California as largest cannabis market in the world. We're number one. We're number one. Is anybody's with everything that nasty, nasty, nasty? And yes, I'm throwing it back at you. A piece of orange, decomposing orange Cheeto south of us has been throwing our way. Is there any wonder we have become the largest cannabis market in the world? Do you see who we live next door to? God, the whole fucking nation is the entire nation wakes and bakes every day, man, because we know what we're gonna have to deal with. There's a reason our prime minister is chill as chill AF. Damn, that does not surprise me in the least. Oh, damn. We didn't calm ourselves down, man. The United States would be in a world of hurt right now. Oh, man. Jeez. Ah, God. All right. Let's get into it, kids and cubs. Quebec provincial election is on October 5th, 2026. Um, it is and it isn't a close race, in that the lead up to the election, and for quite some time now, is that the Parti Québecois is set to form the next government. Um, and polling was indicating for the greater part of that period, there had been a little dip at some point that it looked like it was going to be a majority government from the Parti Québécois. Now, the Parti Québécois has a leader, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, um, started out somewhat charismatic, uh, but seems to have a little bit of Pierre Poilievre in him, uh, where the more he talks, the less people like him. um, a, a rather antagonistic way of doing business. Um, Framing the Canada Quebec question as something that um, can never be resolved because there's just an inherent and difference between both of our cultures that make it such that there's absolutely no way that we could actually really coexist in the same country in a manner um, that is respectful, right? Um, Not necessarily that we're bad or that we're evil or any other that stuff, but we just don't get them. We've never gotten them. It's been 150 years of Canada. We still don't get them. You know, why are we still trying? So, but uh, trying to appeal, I guess, to certain nationalistic populism. Um, he's at the point where he's trying to force everything that happens through that lens, and sometimes it doesn't fit, and things seem a little awkward. Um, so I'm trying to load up 338 Canada to get some polling information here for you, but it seems that there's an error here that says that the origin server is unreachable at the moment. So I'm hoping it's just something updating for them and that there's nothing wrong with their service. Because yeah, nothing happens when you go in the when you go to their website at the moment. Okay, that's all right. Well, we'll just have to do it without the polling, because I just wanted to see if it was still the case that the Parti Québecois was in majority territory. Last time we had looked at some polling, the Parti Québecois was sitting exactly at 64 seats if an election were held that day, which is exactly the number they need for majority. Uh, on the other side of the spectrum, the current government, la Coalition Avenir Québec, which is now led by Premier Ministre Christine Fréchette. She is relatively new to the leadership because François Legault uh, sort of did like a Trudeau, stayed on what seemed to be too long, but it would appear that in the case of the Liberals, for those who believe in some type of conspiracy theory, it's that, uh, the conspiracy theory that this was all a clever rope-a-dope hypothesis is that Justin Trudeau knew that his time was up, but didn't want to leave too early, given what the Conservatives do at defining a new leader. So stayed and stayed and stayed and stayed. Chrystia Freeland plunged the knife from the front. Ah, oh, you got me. Oh, well, I guess I have to resign now. Over to you, Mark. And that was all set up, right? For that type of transition. That's the conspiracy thing that everybody was in on it, right? Could also just as likely be, right? Chrystia Freeland. Oh no, Nam, I'm not going down like that. Sorry, dude, love you, but you got to go. Boom, right from like this. And to show I love you, I'm going to do it from the front. Boom, right? And then it's not like Mark Carney and Chrystia Freeland are not friendly. I mean, one of them is the godparent of the other's child, right? So one could see both a situation in which people had planned the transition like it was just a series of fortuitous circumstances. um, but uh, we are this was in the CAQ. This I don't think for François Legault this was that type of succession. I think he just really thought that he could do it again, but the public opinion polling was really telling him no. And around the time that Christine Fréchette became the leader, polling was indicating that if an election were held that day, the CAQ majority government, two majorities in the row, would be wiped off the map. It would sort of be a provincial repeat of what happened to the progressive conservatives after the two majority governments of Brian Mulroney. Just party vaporized. So she has been doing a fairly competent job with the short amount of time that she has, right? She's been, got to an agreement with Tony, new premier as well of Newfoundland and Labrador, Tony Wakeham, on the Churchill River Gull Island hydroelectric deal, which now also brings in the federal government and will also quite likely have a wind energy component and some collaboration with the Innu communities there. So, making it, if everything goes according to plan, as the Prime Minister said, the largest green energy deal in North America, I think, and the largest infrastructure project in Canadian history at about $70 billion total. That's a big deal, right? And then the other day he was in Quebec City, in Lévis, announcing $11 billion for the construction of 6 icebreakers at the shipyard in Davie, the Davie shipyard. So again, another big win for the CAQ leader. And then in trade talks with the United States, that Canada is claiming that one of the reasons it did walk away was the fact that the US keeps on putting culture on the table in any way, shape, or form, despite the fact that they know it's a red line with us, and therefore it was not going to happen. He can crow about that. That's going to help him in his by-election taking place in 4 days in Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard. But again, it's certainly something that she can say that, she kept the pressure on the Prime Minister not to bend on that one. And therefore, she fought for Quebec rights, language, culture, and all that kind of stuff. And she can run with that too. So she's given herself, in a short amount of time, a lot of things to run on. She's poised when she speaks. She has what we call in bon Québécois un franc-parler, very straightforward manner of speaking um, that I'm sure would connect with a lot of people. I and she doesn't seem to be prone to flights of exaggeration, right? When uh, the Parti Québecois threatened to tear up Alto, or, for example, tear up the deal with regard to the hydroelectricity generation with Newfoundland and Labrador. You know, her attack wasn't, oh, they're a do nothing government, or they all they want to do is tear down, all they want to do is obstruct, all they it was just the very practical. Well, fine, that's your right, but we're going to need these 10,000 megawatts. Please tell us where you're going to find them, if not here, right? So you know that's pretty good. I like that. I like that approach personally. It's still combative. It still draws contrast, but you don't have to character assassinate. Right? You just have to point to the hole in the plan. Said breaking news here: U.S. won't include French language promotion in future trade actions. LeBlanc said. So even though there are no negotiations, it seems negotiations are still going on because that seems like a concession, doesn't it? Fine, fine, fine. We'll stop bringing up French. It's like we're sitting there. It's like we don't understand why you freaking brought it up in the first place. You know. Y'all know. It was like we're about 160 year old as a country. French has been here the whole 160 years, dude. You know. Why do you why do you even bring it up? Right? That's Let's put French on the table. Okay, fine. Let's put the Second Amendment on the table. Right? It's not gonna happen. Why are you even bringing it up? Like, these people, they're exhausting. So that's what you have going on there. On the Quebec Liberal side, you have new leader as well, Charles Milliard. There too, there was a lot of people. They lost, not that they lost their leader, but the leader that they had stepped down, and they had a leadership race. And then we had Pablo Rodriguez, who was formerly at one point Minister of Heritage and Culture, right, within the federal government for Trudeau, went over there. Uh, won the leadership. Things seemed to be going well, and then all of a sudden, the whole brownies scandal came out, alleging that people were paid $100, therefore a brownie, because of the color of the bill, in exchange for a vote for him to become the leader of the party, and various other things that were going on there. Investigations since seem to indicate that he was not involved with anything that was untoward. Not saying that there were anything that was untoward that didn't happen, but he did not seem to be involved with it in any way. There was also a message, something having to do with those text messages about something that were all over the newspaper La Presse, no, Journal de Montréal, I think it was, when it happened. and ultimately were not able to be authenticated. Right. Um, so yeah, it's but Pablo Rodriguez, seeing that, given that the party did have some problems with stuff like that back in the days, right? That's why they have the whole UPAC, the Unité Politique Anti-Corruption, and they had the whole Charbonneau Commission back in the day, right? So there's a history of this in the province, and there's a history of this that is associated with that party. So and they're trying to get away from that history, so that sort of brought everything back, and it's easy thing for all the parties to do. See, that party didn't really change. Look what it's going on. But in this case, it seems that there was no relationship to the leader. If there was anything going on, it might have been some rogue elements, or people who thought that they were doing a good thing or whatnot, or but who knows? Whatever. Or knew they weren't doing a good thing, but felt that the leader, that candidate needed a boost, and decided not to make him aware of it. A lot of things happen in politics, right? There's various scenarios, but something untoward did happen. He just wasn't involved. So basically, he fell on the sword. And then they had another leadership race in Charles, who I believe had finished second to Rodriguez in the previous race, came on. And when he came on, things started looking good for the Liberals pretty much soon after. They started rising in the polls. The Parti Québecois had come down for majority government. It was looking like it could be a real race. And the increase in popularity of the CAQ, last time I checked the polls, they had come down from almost nothing to back into the low 20s in terms of support, based on the work that Christine Fréchette has done so far. Did draw some vote away from the Liberals, because um, while the Liberals are staunchly federalist, the CAQ is also technically a federalist party, even though it's a little more autonomist, right? But it doesn't want a referendum. It just wants to pursue as much autonomy for Quebec as it can gain within Confederation itself. But the Parti Québécois, definitely, and is running openly on a referendum, which has become a problem for the party, because the party leader just recently announced a policy that, yes, I am going to keep my promise to have a referendum in the first mandate, but it's not going to be until Donald Trump is no longer president, rather than doing it in the first 2 years of my mandate, which again created an opening for Christine Plachette again, not in a character attacking way, but saying, so wait a minute, now you're going to tell me that the old period of economic uncertainty, if you win, that you're going to impose upon a province by promising a referendum if you win, is now not going to be just a year and a half or something, but it's going to be like 3? Are you kidding me? At this time? In these shoes? Right? Um, so, uh, this is an election in which the campaign might actually matter a lot. And the numbers of the polling not going in could shift a good deal as this campaign goes on. So this one's going to be really interesting to pay attention to. I am hoping to get the wonderful journalist Annie Dufour on our show a couple of times. We've been exchanging on Jitter, and it seems that we may have formed a slight mutual adoration society. Just saying. Man. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get her on the show to speak Quebec politics and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, they're off. That's kind of the stakes here. We have Québec Solidaire also, who had done pretty well in the last provincial election, but seems to have lost some steam in the current environment. Québec Solidaire is sort of NDP-ish, but they're a party that also has a co-leader, where they have a male and a female co-leader. Um, uh, they are, like I said, it's looking like they're going to be in decline, and probably a little bit of a reconstruction phase, quite they actually changed or altered one of the rules to allow Alexandre Boulris to actually run in this election for them, because apparently there's uh, a representation rule that had to be waived in order for him to be able to take that. I wouldn't be surprised if Alexandre Boulris, if he does win that seat for Québec Solidaire, might then take a bid at being co-leader later on of that party. And then there's the Quebec Conservative Party, which has never won a seat in an election, but I believe, if I remember correctly, had someone from the CAQ cross the floor to give the party representation in the Assemblée Nationale with one seat. So, if I remember correctly, they do have one seat in the Assemblée Nationale at the moment, but not a seat they won in an election. Um, somebody crossed the seat. The leader recruited someone and had him cross the floor, so to give the party a little bit more profile in that way. I'm gonna have to get more information as to some of the main issues, but according to Global News, this is, well, actually, the Canadian Press, Morgan Lowry, he has a list of some of the 5 bigger issues to watch in this election. Number 1, sovereignty, of course, right? Because the 2018 CAQ win, according to this article, was seen as a new chapter for a province that was moving on from the federalist sovereignist binary that had dominated the province's politics for decades. So, whereas everywhere else in Canada it's right versus left, let's say in Quebec it really was sovereigntist versus federalist, and uh, the sovereigntist movement was enough at bay, and the CAQ was much more of a ideologically conservative party. So it was really looking like the uh, liberal versus conservative mindset, with the battle, there being a split on the right in Quebec with the Parti Conservateur du Québec and the CAQ, that the province of Quebec would sort of fall in line with the typical split that happens everywhere else in Canada. But as you can see, the Parti Québecois is leading in the polls at the moment. So maybe that binary is not gone. Maybe that was a little, uh, they declared it dead a little prematurely. Let's just say that. Now, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon has a problem. An inherent problem is that he is running on that referendum, but Paul suggests that Quebecers don't want it. So, what his central policy that he is running on as he's trying to win this election is something that people don't want, but people do want change from the CAQ. So, the question for that party is going to be: is do Quebecers, do the Québécois want change from the CAQ enough that they're willing to bring in a party that has vowed to bring in a policy that they really, really deeply don't want, or they just don't want to change that badly? Now, of course, there's always the option that Québécois, who are rather savvy voters, give themselves a minority government this time, which allows them to have the change that they want, with little to no threat of a referendum actually taking place, because there wouldn't be a majority in the Assemblée Nationale to vote for the bill that would be required to launch one. It says here, the election campaign begins as, of course, energy and natural resources will be the other issue. The election campaign begins as Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador have reached a new tentative multi-billion-dollar deal to divvy up power from the Churchill Falls generating station and launch new hydro, wind, and transmission projects. However, the deal has yet to be finalized and comes after Newfoundland and Labrador sent the sides back to the bargaining table after deciding an early agreement was not advantageous enough for the province. At the same time, Quebec's forest industry is being threatened by U.S. tariffs and forest fires, and the province is looking at how best to develop its critical mineral resources and secure enough energy to power the coming decades. Third issue would be housing, homelessness, and cost of living. Cost of living issues have been high on Quebecers' minds in 2026, and all the major parties have cited affordability as a priority. Fréchette ran for the CAQ leadership on a plan that included reimbursing first-time homebuyers for land transfer taxes and converting non-subsidized daycare spots to subsidized ones. In Quebec, they have something called, this isn't la taxe, maybe land transfer taxes, something called la taxe de bienvenue, or the welcome tax in Quebec. And maybe that's what they're talking about. Yes, exactly. It's a one-time municipal land transfer tax in Quebec charged to anyone who buys a property. So they might be looking at taking some action on that, which would probably be rather popular, to be totally honest. So there you go. Yes, a plan that included reimbursing first-time home buyers for land transfer taxes and converting non-subsidized daycare spots to subsidized ones. Left-wing Parti Québec Solidaire, which trails in the polls, has proposed including a ceiling on rent increases and raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour, while Conservative leader Éric Duhaime has promised to slash taxes. The Liberal promise includes tools to boost home building to 100,000 units a year, while the PQ has promised to make homelessness its, quote, number one social priority. Yeah, that's specific. The U.S. trade. The U.S. introduced, is the fourth issue. The U.S. introduced a new round of 50% tariffs on Canadian exports on Saturday, targeting goods worth $28 billion Canadian. Coalition Avenir Québec leader Christine Fréchette, the current premier, has said the tariffs could affect some $7.7 billion in Quebec exports, or more than 9% of what Quebec exports to the United States. Quebec is home to a number of industries that have been affected by U.S. tariffs, including aluminium, steel, lumber, softwood, and manufacturing. Each of the candidates in the hard-hit province will need to convince voters that they are the right person to defend the province's interests and protect workers whose jobs could be at risk. And finally, finance. Quebec's Balanced Budget Act requires government to eliminate the deficit by 2029-2030, and the province's Auditor General warned on August 17th that serious belt-tightening will be needed to meet that goal. McGill political science professor Éric Bélanger, for one, believes the budgetary situation will force all the parties to make tough decisions on how they'll reach that goal without being able to promise the same goodies that historically mark an election campaign. Auditor General Christine Roy projected the government is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit that will require cuts of at least $2 billion starting next year and up to $5 billion for the following year. Ooh, ouch. It might be a slight austerity campaign as well. So there you go. I have no idea why I put that comment up. Kid Grace, I'm sorry. Everybody knows that that there might be a root canal coming. Breaking news. So yeah, that's what we have going on at the moment. Let's see here if I can get a little bit of information, because I saw a bit of news about this and I found this one interesting. The parties about 3 days ago, I guess I don't know if they all announced it simultaneously 3 days ago, but at least the news came out that the parties have their election slogans. So it kind of gives you an idea of the overall tone of their campaign message. So let's see here. These are the titles. Yes. The Parti Québecois has chosen le choix de la confiance. So basically, the choice of confidence, or making the choice of confidence, or making the confident choice, however you would like to reinterpret that. It kind of has it's a callback to a slogan that Lucien Bouchard used in 1998 to bring the Parti Québécois to power. It is a slogan here, according, and this is here, I'm a journalist, I need to give credit here, Joël Girard from Radio-Canada in French, and I am translating from French as I'm speaking here. It's a slogan that was fully centered on the aura of confidence that Monsieur Bouchard solicited among from his base. So without comparing Paul Saint Pierre Plamondon to Lucien Bouchard, a lot of people back in the day were referring to as Saint Lucien. It seems that the party is indeed trying to put its leader forward to milk his personal popularity among his base here. But that when you do that, when you make your leader the message or the central part of the party, when the leader has a mistake or takes a position that is uh, that will provoke a cleavage, uh, that too all rests on them. They wear it totally. In For the Liberal, they have rassembler, réparer, bâtir. Basically, uh, uh, round up together to assemble, repair, and build. So this one's a little more complex, um, and but um, again, it's 3 words, a little bit like Yapoliev, and they are 3 action verbs. You kind of get an idea here. Bring people together, repair what needs to be repaired, and then build what we need to build to respond to what's coming. Um, the Coalition Avenir Québec, simply one word, avançons. Forward. Right? We had our first 2 mandates with François Legault. Everything's great. Forward. Everyone together, forward. Right? This is a collective project. Continuity, stability, like this, but turning towards a different future. Right? It's clean. It's clear. Right? With the Parti conservateur du Québec, it's oser pour vrai. Dare for real. So this is again, very clear, efficient, clean slogan, and it calls to boldness, to meet the moment, right? Somebody says, you can't defy them. Do it anyway. Dare, right? Probably a sign that he's going to lead somewhat of an energetic campaign, I would say here. That's what I would get here. And of course, for Québec solidaire, c'est possible. It is possible. So this would be maybe an attempt from the party to go back to its roots as a party that dreams big, that says, that was sort of like the back in the day in Canada, right? Say, what if we had socialized medicine? Oh my God, what a silly idea. We can't have that. I guess, and then whoops, 30 years later, we have socialized medicine because it's not that crazy an idea anymore, right? So to reclaim their reputation as that party, the party that can make some, not radical, but transformative proposals and actually have them discussed and to convince people that they're actually not that far fetched and they're actually rather feasible when you think about it, right? That would be their role. So, getting a sense here of what it is that they're going to be going for in this election. We'll find out more. We'll be following it here. We'll be following those issues specifically, and we are going to of course, bring coverage to you. This is going to be an interesting election because um, the five parties do have profile in the province. I mean, I think that, similarly to our federal elections, some parties might have to fight a little harder to get some recognition. But all the parties here uh, do have leaders that have decent recognition and a decent profile, and Quebec media does make room for all of them. So this will be right. There will be an actual campaign, whether everything remains stable, and that mode for change is mode for change, and it's Parti Québecois no matter what, and this is what we're getting. The only question is minority versus majority. It could be one of those elections, like it could be one of the ones that we had when. Um, uh, when Harper was in his last term, that we knew going in that we were changing, that there was no way whatever Harper did, that he was going to be able to save himself. But we didn't know whether or not it was going to be changed to Mulcair, changed to Trudeau, and we let them battle it out for a few weeks, and then we kind of made up our minds, right? Um, so it could be something like that, right? You come to the election, okay, no, we're not doing the CAQ again. We've decided that, that's for sure. But is it going to be Parti Québécois or Liberals, and something happens during the campaign where people decide that they take a shine to Charles Milliard more than Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, and whoops, it goes that way. Very similar, uh, right? Very similar scenario. So uh, it could still be open like that as well. So, but given the possibility that it could be that, this one will indeed be one that is very interesting to watch, because if it is, there could be a lot of jostling there. Linda says, wow, CBC just showed a tornado of PEI of all places. Wow. Okay, it moved from land out over the water. Jeez. Kitsasi says, occasionally there are water spouts, but a tornado on the island is rare. Kit Linda, yes, big tree went flying through the air before crashing. Oh my God. Jeez. Uniquely Jillian here. Government debt is a financial tool that should be available to respond in times of a trade war. Balanced budgets are not the be all in every situation. Absolutely. Kitsasi, a balanced budget in government means they're not investing in Canada's future. Yes. You should have, right, some capital debt. You should have some capital debt because you are investing capital debt that's going to do stuff that is, generating for the country at some point. But yes, you should absolutely. If you're not doing that, you're missing out here. There's some opportunity costs that you are taking on. Let's see here. All right. Let's see what else do we have here. Posting news. Mark Critch posted a Lake America parody on his Twitter as Trump. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to have to go check that out. Kid Saucy. I was wondering how long we needed to know about the root canal. you know. Oh my God. Kit Linda here. That's what I don't like about Ontario, that the province would not allow the municipalities to have a budget deficit. They can't plan for future investment. Indeed. All right. So that's about the situation in Quebec at the moment. Moving on west. Go west, life is peaceful there. We have Premier Scott Moe, who yesterday was addressing Canadian media, and as we stated, had an opportunity to be the person that took a very key leadership role in Canada on this front, and that he could do so in a couple of ways. One, by pulling U.S. alcohol off the shelves. Now that we know, and again, it's very easy to say, you know what, we wanted to give it a chance. We did it in good faith, but we're looking at the way things are going down, and it is beyond any reasonable doubt now, right? That they're coming for us. So we are, we believe in choice, all that kind of stuff, but right now we are choosing ourselves, right? Um, you could do that. Um, uh, so there was an opportunity for that, and if he wanted to, there was an opportunity to go even further because Danielle Smith is strictly ruled out the use of energy as leverage in this trade war. And Scott Moe could have turned around and said, you know what? It's like, normally I would agree with her, but this time, nope. Prime Minister, if you need to use potash, go ahead. Right? Don't want to criticize Scott Moe all the way, but he did miss the moment. He didn't totally miss it because he got part of it right. He very clever in one way, um, but the moment was missed. And right about here in the press conference was the moment that he missed it.
What we as a province cannot and will not support is any kind of export tariff on our natural resources or any of our resources that are being exported to the U.S. or through the U.S. to other areas of the world. What we have faced and what those very industries have faced over the course of the last decade or better are some very flawed policy discussions and flawed policy implementations in our nation for far too long. Let me start with the potential suggestion of an export tax on potash. Saskatchewan, in the not-too-distant future, will be providing half of the world's potash. That would be a tremendous economic hit to our province and to our nation. First, Canadians would lose jobs. Second, farmers on both sides of the borders would pay more for that crucial fertilizer. Third, the United States of America most assuredly would switch to buying potash from other nations around the world, nations like Belarus, for example. We would lose a long-term customer to some degree, and indirectly, I think it's fair to say, there are much closer nations that will not deal with a country like Belarus when it comes to potash procurement. This would be a tremendously flawed policy on behalf of Canadians.
All right. Now, to Scott Moe's credit here, and I'm saying this, I'm trying to be generous, right? This clip did not show specifically what Scott Moe said before launching into that particular statement. And I'm not saying that it is a malicious cut, because where the clip started is the start of the sentence that is news, right? Absolutely. That is the part that is clearly news. That's the announcement. He is not doing it, and that's okay in that sense. There's nothing journalistic that is underhanded in that. Oh God, come on, work with me today. Let's try that again. this is not. There we go. Sorry, I'm having trouble. I'm looking something up that he said in there, and it is. Yeah, I'm sorry, cannot find the part of the clip where he is saying that. Hopefully, I will be able to find it for you because I want to. I want to give him the credit that this is not just coming up to a mic and saying that we're not willing to help. It's not Danielle Smith style. I'm getting the sense for him that he really is. It really is a situation for him of having a chance to look at the entire forest and make a decision that yes, I'm going to do something that is going to, yes, cause some pain and have a hit on our economy in order to help the country win the bigger fight. Or, no, I need to focus on defending my little piece of the pie. So almost like a difference of between playing to win or playing not to lose. If you understand what I'm kind of saying here, right? So here he's playing not to lose, right? This is what these industries have faced. Yes, but yes, potash has been through a lot with what's going on here, but so has the auto industry, right? So has the forestry industry. It's when premiers tend to look inward and defend, play not to lose, they look at the industry that is core to their province. They say, these people have suffered; they shouldn't have to suffer more, and all this. And why all of that is true, that is true for every premier. Every premier can run to a mic and say, in British Columbia, the people in the lumber industry over here. Same thing with people in New Brunswick, Quebec, the people in the aluminium industry here, right out east, our fishers, man, and our harvesters. Out west, man, our agricultural products, man, they're just taking a hit, man. Right, every region, the north, darn, they're coming for our minerals, right? Every region can take their issue because every region has an issue that is under threat by what's going on here. So, so you can be a leader that accepts that your region and your issue is going to have, that type of threat. Or you can, just like I said, try to protect your piece of the pie. So Scott Moe here, saying here that these tariffs will affect about 11% of the goods that come in from the United States, right? There's going to be a real impact on the province. There is absolutely no doubt of that. So a lot of the things, that he's saying before he gets to this point of saying, not this for Saskatchewan, not because, it'll cost jobs, it makes it potash, cost more. A lot of the reasons he's using here could be reasons that were similar for to justify why it is that we took fish and seafood. Right. So it's not necessarily, and even in the case of Danielle Smith, in a way, it's not necessarily that they're being bad, but they are provinces that have a high value export that is indeed very important to the overall Canadian economy in terms of share of money that we bring in. And their economies are not necessarily as diverse. So if that industry particularly was going to take a hit, it would have that much more of an impact. So I don't begrudge them defending, right? But it's always the issue of how would I put it? The issue of the intangible, right? Yes, but you do understand that the current context is a country that is trying to take away our sovereignty. Are you sure you don't want to make an exception this time? Right? Um, so yeah. But you have him here, right? Saying here in Saskatchewan, we've worked very hard and we've invested over the last 2 decades to increase our exports to countries around the world, as well as trades with over 160 countries around the world. We are one of the largest exporting per capita subnational regions, not just in Canada, but in North America. Right? And it says here that basically, that they would not be able to basically if the threat of an export tax on potash for this particular government is the threat that the United States, because it is very friendly with Russia, would just go and supply itself from Belarus. Now, I would actually have to have some facts to know how much Belarus does produce, because I know they're a big producer. I just don't know whether or not comparatively to Saskatchewan, right? Like in rankings, they might be number 2 and number 3 or something like that. But no, how much do they produce? And whether or not that amount would be available to be shifted that quickly to replace Canadian stock. Here it says, if I'm looking here based at 2025, Canada is the largest potash producing country. We produced 15 million metric tons. Next is Russia with 10, China 6.3, and Belarus with 6. And then if I'm looking at how much does the U.S. import, it says that the U.S. Imports 92% of its total potash consumption, and the U.S. imports roughly 5.6 million metric tons of potash per year. So the U.S. imports 5.6 million metric tons. Belarus produces 6. And I'm going to guess that some of that 6 is already spoken for. So again, the threat that Scott Moe is raising could be that maybe some of the Canadian supply could be displaced by Belarus, maybe also by Russia if they're not using all of it, or all of it isn't committed. But essentially, for us to be completely replaced by Belarus, Belarus would have to essentially be doubling what it is it produces now. So maybe not as salient a concern once you dig down into the numbers. But yes, the risk of having our product displaced, same thing with Alberta, having Alberta oil displaced by Venezuelan oil. There's also reality to getting those numbers out there again. But there's also the point of having the government or the other country making the decision, flipping that switch, and to go down that path, right? And sometimes once that flip is switched, doesn't matter if a lot of it has been diverted yet. The switch has been flipped. The switch has been flipped. The switch has been flipped. There you go. Also, gentle correction on myself. I just saw a short of mine where I kept on talking about people as being ministers of the legislative assembly rather than members of the legislative assembly. Because I had the word ministers in my head there. So I apologize for that as well. So Scott Moe, like I said, don't want to be too hard on him on that. And the reason why is something that he does that comes after this. Um, where because he mentions this first, right? That we're not going to use potash uh, as a leverage, and he also makes the case uh, for. So he made the case for potash. He also makes the case on this with regards to oil. So again, this is particular on oil. Him and that Danielle uh, working together essentially.
Similarly, we cannot in any way support the adding of export tariffs on a product like oil. Again, it would be an unsustainable hit to our Canadian economy and in particular our Saskatchewan and Alberta economy. Canadians would lose jobs immediately. We as a nation would lose investment immediately. And I would put forward that an export tariff on oil would have a far greater impact on those that are living in Eastern Canada than it would even on those that are directly working in the energy industry. 20 to 50% of Canadians' refined petroleum products, our diesel, our gasoline, is produced through products that are produced in Western Canada, travel through the United States of America back into Canada to be refined and utilized. An export tariff on that Canadian Western oil would most assuredly result in a much higher price on gasoline, largely in Eastern Canada. Again, this is only a function of a flawed policy discussion that we have had in this nation over the course of the last decade or better, where we see those all too often, those very same individuals that are promoting export tariffs on a product like oil 10 years ago were the very same individuals standing up and saying we should not build important energy security infrastructure like the Energy East pipeline. Flawed policy 10 years ago, flawed policy today. We should not make the same mistake twice.
So, talking about flawed policy decisions that we made in the past was central to Scott Moe's theory here throughout the whole press availability. It's one of the reasons I think that Danielle Smith proposed that pipeline to Sarnia and Doug Ford was all on board. Certainly, if we're able to do that, it gets rid of the Line 5 Enbridge issue. There is a national security case to be made if one wants to make it for that. So yes, again, bringing up these are, some people might not want to hear it, but these are valid points of consideration. Now, again, these are things that are easy to say, sitting in the back room doing the math, saying yes, but if we did do it, how much people would lose jobs immediately? Would they? Would they? Is that true? Don't know. Because on the other side of the case, again, we're talking about the United States needing to replenish its oil reserves, and it's going to need a lot. Right? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of jobs that will be maintained by that alone. So it's, again, right, tricky. Right? I'm not saying that they're not in a difficult position. Right? They are. Everybody is. But they are also some of the provinces so far that have been least affected, and therefore some of the provinces that have more more capacity to take a little bit of a hit in this round, given that other provinces took the biggest brunt of the hit in the previous rounds. That's why I'm saying, in terms of a Team Canada thing, sometimes you might need to take a bit of a hit to your specific regional thing in order to help the overall nation have better standing. Now, I saw here in the chat a question here from well, not a question, but a statement here. So what is Mo willing to do? Absolutely nothing? Not absolutely nothing. He is willing to do something. Now, this one is good in a way and too cute by half. Some people might see this as too cute by half. Some people might see this as clever, a clever way to handle things.
And I know there's been many that have been asking if Saskatchewan is going to make changes with respect to American alcohol that is being made available in this province. And our government has decided throughout this that we want to leave the choice with the people of Saskatchewan. That is a very important core value for this government, to allow Saskatchewan people to make their own choice. And we believe that that ability to not have government in your life to the degree possible is a very core value of the families that live here.
Except if you're trans. Right? Except if you're trans. Right, Scott? Just always like, again, right? It's our core value. It's our core value. Yeah. Except for when it's slightly inconvenient for you, or when you can score a political point or two off it. Let's just make that clear. But let's go on.
And I would say that Saskatchewan people are choosing. American alcohol sales in our province are down 40%. And I think that that actually sends a much stronger message than any government-ordered ban that could be put in place. The sale of Saskatchewan-made products has increased at the very same time. So while we see Saskatchewan residents walking away from American products and choosing Canadian-made, of which we encourage them to do, if and when we take any measures in this province, the goal of those measures is, one, return to the table with deliberate and intentional measures and find our way to a negotiated trade agreement.
Okay. Now, this is where I start having some problems. Where the other ones, I'm willing to give them some benefit of some doubt. And, this is where I start having some problems with Scott Moe. So, we do not want to take away the choice from people. So, we are not going to take the alcohol off our shelves. But wow, those people in Saskatchewan, those sales, even though we are insisting on keeping it on the shelves, those sales are down 40%. And, we encourage people from Saskatchewan to not buy that booze. Okay. Very noble. Want to offer people choice. And in fact, I believe it sends a stronger message, because if the booze is there on the shelves for people to buy and people don't choose not to buy them, rather it not being there to buy at all, well, that sends a much stronger message. Okay, that's some interest. That is actually some genuine spin. Rather than BSing or gaslighting, that's spin, right? Actual spin, old school. However, Mr. Premier Moe, the one thing you forget is that by keeping the American alcohol on the shelves, even though you say that demand for it is decreasing and demand for local products is increasing, you are taking away the choice of the people of Saskatchewan to choose from a greater selection of local and national products. Premier Moe is talking about leaving choice to people, as if that decision does not remove choice to others. There's a competition for shelf space. The government of Saskatchewan is still choosing to dedicate some of that shelf space to American product, encouraging people not to buy it. But the government, whoever the purchasers in Saskatchewan who are putting it on the shelves, they're buying it. Right? So that's a little inconvenient reality for Premier Moe in this one. But to his credit, Mr. Moe, Premier Moe, does address it eventually in this press conference. It's not like it sits there and he leaves it unaddressed. And then he ends with the statement here: the goal of those measures is, one, return to the table with deliberate and intentional measures, as if we ever were at the table without deliberate and intentional measures, and find our way to a negotiated trade agreement, which we tried to do but it became very clear to us that a negotiated trade agreement was not what the other party wanted. What they wanted was a negotiated agreement of surrender of sovereignty. Again, the people that keep on saying, what we need to do is get back to that table, I guess, keep on forgetting that the issue at play is a threat to our sovereignty. Let's rush to get back to the table with the people who have threatened our sovereignty. Please keep on adding with the people who have threatened our sovereignty to your sentences. Oh my God. Kids saucy. They cannot stand the thought of leaving oil at the ground for a bit to use for something else besides burning it off. We need it for other things and not fuel. Yeah. I was listening to something the other day that there's a way to transform some of these oil that was coming out into some type of carbon fiber type products. Well, you don't burn that. And saying that if we were to do that, for example, use that lighter carbon fiber and decide to put that in our Canadian auto manufacturing, maybe had a Canadian car, well, we could actually put on a market a car that is much lighter. And maybe that, right? Using Canadian ingenuity and create ourselves another product like that, right? There are plenty of other opportunities than pulling it out of the ground and burning it off. Kid Brains go, maybe PM needs to explain risk management to Mo. Vancouver Rain 123. Hi, nice to see you. So Scott Moe is dipping his toe into the Team Canada swimming pool. Just a little bit here. Let's see here. All right. So let's go back. Oops. Okay. Oh my God. I thought the screen disappeared from me for a second. Now this is, I believe, the part. Hopefully, where. Oh my God! Wow. Computer, work with me, man. Having a weird day today. Just a weird day. Nothing terrible. Just doing really weird stuff. Oddly enough, the part of the announcement that is key is not in the clips. So I am going to have to go find it here. What it is that he said about alcohol. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, there we go. It's around the 12th. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get a clean start here. There we go. Okay. So yeah, immediately after he said, return to the table with deliberate and intentional measures and negotiate our way to a trade agreement. Immediately after, so that clip that we just showed you, this is what he said immediately after this, because there was a but, and I was hoping that the clip would also have the but. You know, darlings, I have the but. Oh, come on. Why did you switch the timestamp on me? Okay, hold on. And not only did it switch the timestamp, it switched the entire video. The computer is doing some really astoundingly strange things. There we go. This is the right one. All right. So this is the but, and as I was about to joke before I got startled, as you know, kids and cubs, when there's a big but, you know I will bring it to you. I like big butts and I cannot lie. All right. Let's stop being silly. All right. Here's Scott Moe given the butt. So we're not going to take the alcohol off the shelves, but
Deliberate and intentional measures and find our way to a negotiated trade agreement. But as I said, we do also need to defend ourselves. So on August 22nd, things changed in this province with respect to alcohol procurement, and in particular, Saskatchewan alcohol being exported to the United States of America. There was a 50% tariff that was applied to Canadian alcohol exports into the U.S. And so on September the 8th, Saskatchewan will reciprocate that tariff on American alcohol that will come into our province. I believe it's important as well that all of the construction that we see happening in this province, whether it be public investment or private investment, that those construction projects are utilizing to every degree possible Canadian and Saskatchewan proponents to build our province. Procurement for government projects across Saskatchewan, our roads, our highways, our schools, our hospitals, of which the most significant investment is just across town here in Prince Albert. 94% of that procurement in public infrastructure today goes to Saskatchewan companies. 99% of that procurement goes to Canadian companies. In the private sector, let me point to the third largest infrastructure project in the nation of Canada today. That is the Bell Canada data center located outside of Regina. Bell Canada is a 100%.
So there you go. So Scott Moe, not taking the booze off the shelves, but given that the United States just put 50% tariffs on our booze, is going to retaliate with 50% tariffs on American booze. And of course, maintaining the procurement restrictions. So, not, how would you put it? That move gives me the impression that he is indeed more focused on trying to make sure that the big industry, potash, oil, in this province don't get too terribly affected, but is trying to be on Team Canada as much as he can. As opposed to Danielle Smith, who I still don't think I've heard her say anything about procurement, at least, and alcohol. Right? But yeah. And just in case somebody, whoops, just in case that anybody is thinking that Scott Moe may have stuttered on this one, when he is asked about it by the press in the Q&A session afterwards, Scott Moe makes no doubt about his position at all here, and ends up answering the question in this manner here. Kits and cups. Let's just get that to no, not like that, not like that. Gee. All right, let's try that. Well, don't bring me out of the thing. Seriously. All right. So let there be no doubt that Scott Moe means what he says.
Let's find out. You did mention about oil and potash not being on the table right now, but what would it take for using that as leverage in the future if it comes to that?
It's not possible.
Why?
Why would you put Canadians out of work with a flawed policy? That would be my question. Why would Canadians would immediately lose their job? We would immediately lose market share. Immediately, we would lose those trade relations moving forward, and we would lose potential investment that's coming into our natural resource sector, the very sector that is driving the economic growth of our nation as we speak.
So, there. Never. It's never going to be on the table as far as Scott Moe is concerned. Now, here's the thing. The fact that we are able to respond dollar for dollar, $27.6 billion, without having to resort to energy or potash or turning off the lights is pretty impressive to begin with. There's a lot of people on the export tax now. Like this. I have no problem with it not being done now because the United States is going to still keep coming for us. It's probably not wise to use all of our big weapons right now. So that we are able to respond to this first attack without even needing to touch those should give you an impression, an idea of how well we are able to actually defend ourselves here. So really, there is no risk at the moment for Saskatchewan Premier and the Alberta Premier to say that they're not willing to put these things on the table and they're never going to be on the table because, well, there was no way they were going to be on the table this time around anyway, because we had, as the saying goes, we have other ways to get what we want. Right? But if the United States keeps pushing, right, at some point, they're going to have to take a hit because, again, every single premier could stand in front of that mic. Doug Ford could stand in front of that mic right now and say, Scott Moe, why should all the Ontario auto manufacturers take the hit? We took our hit for the country. Now it's your turn. Right? Again, it's very easy if you're just looking at your own slice of the pie and go, why would I agree to have less pie? Because everybody else already has less pie. So why would you ask everybody else who already has less pie than you to have even less? If we're all on the same team. Right? It's these arguments slice both ways here. But for the people who vote for him and keep him in his job, which are the people of Saskatchewan, clearly that's what they want to hear. Same thing for Danielle Smith, right? This is like speaking for your constituency, right? But not necessarily not necessarily speaking for the country. But he did take some steps. So hopefully those steps drag Danielle Smith along a little bit. And I have to say that for what it is that he is doing, even though I think that he should not be saying that potash would never be on the table, yeah, I would have taken and said, well, clearly the federal government didn't need to use it in order to respond this time. So the question is moot. All the cards remain on the table. And that would have been much more helpful. We're not using it now, and hopefully we'll never come to the point where we ever have to use it because, there would be consequences for the people of Saskatchewan in our industry, and that would be very terrible. But this is a threat to our sovereignty, so if that is a sacrifice we need to make one day, it would certainly be unwise for me to rule it out now. But hopefully we will never get there. Right? You could say something like that. But no, don't touch my thing. Sort of the attitude. That's not helpful. There's ways that you could do no, don't touch my thing. Without so brazenly doing no, don't touch my thing. Again, that lets everybody know that Uh, Sometimes you got to not let people know that if you press there, it's going to hurt. Right? Sometimes when you fall and you really bruise your hip, and you're in the middle of something, you get back up like you meant to do that, and you don't wince. And even though it hurts like hell, you keep doing what you're doing because you don't want the other person to see in your eye that you're hurt, because that might give them a little confidence. Right? Sometimes you suck it up and you get up and you keep fighting. So, yeah. Indeed, here, Linda, Carney sees how much worse the U.S. attacks on us can become. He knows what to risk and when. Exactly. Exactly. And by the way, right, if we are able to respond now without having to touch that stuff, it's not like Donald Trump is going to be stronger a couple months from now. Look at the path he is on. There's no way, right, things get better for him. Well, I should say no way. I guess statistically it is possible, but the high likelihood, if the trend is our friend and things continue on the path that they are on now, where this ultimately leads is he's not in a better position 3 months from now, 6 months from now. He's not in a better position after the midterms. He's not in a better position in the new year, right? When he finally goes full lame duck à l'orange, especially if he loses control of the House and the Senate. I mean, he's literally governing by executive order now. And the benevolence of the Supreme Court. And if he is indeed not attempting to run in 2028, do you see how much these people hate each other and backstab each other now when they think that the throne's going to become available and they're fighting for it? My God, they're going to be so busy jumping to conclusions and flying off the handle and backstabbing each other. It's going to be a great weight loss program for them. They'll be so busy. Oh my God. Kid to Tabby G, if they're already back at the bargaining table, I guess we're having tacos for dinner. I don't really think that's the full picture, but it is fun to say. Kid Vancouver, he's on Team Oil no matter where the money flows, that we don't get any of that money. Exactly. Kid Cassie, like, it's easy for people in metro areas to say shut off natural resources, not thinking how it would affect those of us in rural and Western Canada. Exactly. You got to think of the whole picture. Good morning, Kit Kellyanne. Here, Kit Linda, there are degrees of leveraging our natural resources without going all the way to shutting them off. Indeed. Linda, Ford just likes to use the term turn off the lights to make himself sound tough. Indeed. Indeed. Kid Cassier, the taxes on oil field and gas infrastructure in my small corner of Manitoba funds our small rural schools and Winnipeg schools. Taxes on farmland too funds urban schools here. Absolutely. Kid Saucy. Only Nelly Furtado should be the one to turn off the lights. You know the country don't go. You know the country no. You know it's so tough. It's gonna turn off the lights. You know the girl. You know she acts so tough. I got that song in my head now. I'm gonna have to listen to it after the show. Kellyanne, anyone watch Rosemary Barton's interview with Greer? Why is she even platforming this guy who's deliberately accusing Carney's account of things as lies? How does that possibly help Canada right now? It gives us an opportunity to see with our own eyes and hear from our own ears what it is that they're putting out there. Kid Cassie Lake also saying, did you see Rosemary interview Governor Gavin Newsom, who conceded tariffs wouldn't necessarily be lifted under Dems either? Exactly. They're not our friends. Right? I think I can't remember who it was. I think it was Andrew Coyne, but I'm not sure. I might be wrong on that. Is that what was the most terrible, most protectionist government that we had ever faced versus with regard to the United States? Donald Trump's first presidency. What was the second most? Joe Biden's presidency. Right? The Democrats have the protectionist streak too. It won't necessarily be better, especially now that the tariffs are there. Well, something, we didn't implement them. It wasn't our policy, but we're just building on it, right? Exactly, Linda. We need to stop the silly pitting one sector against the other. We are all in this together. Absolutely, absolutely. It is. And depending on every government that comes in, there's always some winners and losers, and sectors take hits and stuff like that. So, but yes, this one, I'm just saying that if it is trade war and it's one that could be sustained for the entire time, he is still president if he doesn't get bored with the job after he becomes lame duck and just leaves on his own. We're in this for the long haul. We're in this for the long haul. So if people are not if people are not willing from the get-go to share the pain, to spread it out among everybody so that we can resist longer, we're in trouble. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, Moe missed the moment there and was finished off with we had one more answer, unfortunately. But again, talked about getting us back to the table. Again, I don't know what, but to negotiate the terms, to better negotiate the terms of our surrender or something. I'm not sure what the thing is here, but
I would say that what putting Canada first looks like is everything that we do every day, each of us, in our work, in our personal lives, whatever that is to get us back to the negotiating table, to get the relevant parties back to the negotiating table and find our way to some trade certainty with our largest trading partner. That, to me, is what putting Canada first looks like. We need to set aside all too often what the emotion of the day is, or answering what the latest rhetoric that is coming out of the White House is, and we need to focus solely on how we get to that trade certainty with our largest trading partner, and ultimately how we are getting to that trade certainty around the world. If we only produced enough for ourselves and we were an importing nation, it would be a different conversation. That is not what we do in Canada. We generate wealth by producing stuff, by building stuff, by growing things, and selling it to our global citizens.
Okay. He mentions it in passing, but this is where I disagree with Scott Moe, is that no, our number one priority and our sole focus should not be on getting back to the table with the United States. And then he says at the end, and doing the stuff with the rest of the world. The and doing stuff with the rest of the world should be our number one priority. Plan A, the pivot and the prosper. Plan B, negotiate something with the biggest trade, get to a deal with our biggest trading partner, because geography, right? If we can. And if it's in our interest to do so. He's got the wrong focus. He's got the wrong focus. We are dealing with an administration that is wasting our damn time. That is not where we should be putting our energy. When the opportunity comes to work on that, yes, we should do it in good faith and with full vim and vigor. But focusing everything that we do now to try to get them to come back to the table that we walked away from because their offer is not good enough. No. We keep on with the pivot and whatnot, and once they decide that we are worthy of respect, they can call us and say, okay, we're ready to talk now. At some points, we got to be done proving ourselves to them. We are either, again, countries don't have friends, they have interests, but given that we always talk about friends and stuff like that, we are either your longest standing friend and biggest ally and biggest trading partner, and you will treat us with the respect that naturally and inherently should command. Or we do the best business that is necessary to be done in the most cordial way, and we each design our own futures here on in. But those are your options. this hostile corporate takeover of our country that you're trying to engineer so that you can control the levers of everything that we got so that we can be a vassal state or just a inventory store for you so where you can come and take our resources and everything and use it to fund your American exceptionalism and leave us with nothing, just suck us dry, is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. All right. So that's the Scott Moe stuff. Then, British Columbia. Oh my God. What a day. Just wow. 5 MLAs from the BC Conservative Party have quit the party since August 14th. And August 14th, Peter Millibar quit the party. And if that name is familiar to you, it should be because he is the person that was running in the leadership race against Kerry-Lynne Findlay, who just won, right? I think it was like 51% to 49% or something like that. Won the leadership. And during that campaign, she had campaigned that he could not be objective or independent or work in the best interest of British Columbians when it came to any Indigenous file because his wife and children happened to be Indigenous. It made jaws drop when it happened, but she did it, and she never walked it back. August 14th, tweets, effective today, I'm sitting as an independent MLA. This isn't the end of the conversation. It's the start of one. I'll have more to say soon. See my statement below. August 14th, for immediate release, Peter Millibar, MLA for Kamloops Centre, issued the following statement today. Quote, since 2017, I have been entrusted by the residents of Kamloops and the area to be their voice in Victoria. I completely respect the vote of the membership and that Kerry-Lynne Findlay has earned the right as leader to shape the party as she sees fit. It has, however, become clear to me over the last few months that my values don't align with this new direction. With that in mind, effective immediately, I will be sitting as an independent member of the BC legislature. What matters most to me hasn't changed, serving the people of Kamloops Centre well. I'll have more to say about the road ahead in the days to come. Look into his feed here, if he's got anything added. Here. Let's see. Nope, nothing here. There is an interview with him August 19th on the podcast called Hotel Pacifico. If anybody's interested in that, and I'm definitely going to have to go listen to that myself. But yes, he was the first. Then we had a gentleman named Ian Payton who decided that he was going to step down. Taking a look here to see if I can find his resignation note. Well, that's why I can't find it. I was misspelling his last name with a Y, but there's no Y. It's just Payton, P-A-T-O-N. Oh, yes, I recognize this guy. Okay. Definitely, definitely farmer because a picture of him. I was going to say this is definitely a picture of him on his combine. However, given that I don't think I've ever been on a farm, if I can remember correctly, maybe Kit Cassie can tell us if that's the case. But clearly, working on the farm. I hear Mr. Ian Payton, or maybe it is Patton and not Payton, and I'm mispronouncing it. So please tell me if if I am mispronouncing it. But he is the MP for Delta, I believe is this. Yes, Delta South, and he too decided that he was going to step down. His was August 24th. So we had Millibar on the 14th and Payton on the 24th for immediate release. Ian Payton, MLA for Delta South, issued the following statement today. Quote, I've had the privilege of representing Delta South in the legislature since 2017. In 2024, I joined the BC Conservatives with the belief it would become a broad coalition for British Columbians who wanted responsible, common sense government. What united us was a broad belief in responsible government, private enterprise, fiscal discipline, and building a strong economy. It has become clear to me that the new direction of the Conservative Party of BC under the leadership of Kerry-Lynne Findlay is no longer aligned with my beliefs. My first responsibility as an MLA is to the people of Delta South who elected me, and with that, effective immediately, I will be sitting as an independent member of the BC legislature. I was elected to represent Delta South and Victoria. I was not elected to simply represent a political party in Delta South. I'll have more to say in the coming days. And for all the people that keep on making the argument when somebody leaves the party to cross the floor, right? These are all the reasons for which we say that must be preserved. Now, these people are leaving to sit as independents and not sit as another party. And there's some people that make the decision if you're leaving the party, you have to sit as an independent. But if you sit as an independent, you have less power and ability to represent your constituents. Now, in the case of British Columbia, however, if you have a certain number of people, I think it is 2 or 3. I'll check that again. How many MLAs for official party status in British Columbia? There we go. And it's not a big number. I think it is 2. 2. So right now, for example, if Millibar and Payton decided to get together and say, well, we're both sitting as independents, but hey, what say that together we form a political party, right? Well, all of a sudden, that would be 2, and they would have official party status. Well, 2 days ago, according to Katie DeRosa from CBC News, Peter Millibar, MLA for Kamloops Centre, left caucus 10 days ago. Ian Payton leaves BC Conservative Caucus, says he plans to form a new political party with Peter Millibar. Oh, wow. Wow. How's that? According to Katie DeRosa, Delta South MLA Ian Payton says he's leaving the BC Conservative Caucus. Payton made the announcement from the front steps of the legislature, joined by Peter Millibar, the MLA for Kamloops Centre, who left the caucus 10 days ago. Payton and Millibar said they plan to form a new political party with Millibar as interim leader. A minimum of 2 MLAs are required to form an official political party, which comes with a legislative budget for staff. Quote, we want to be clear that our intention is to form a new party in the BC legislature to give home to those who feel politically homeless in this province and to stop the NDP from further destruction of British Columbia, said Payton, who endorsed Millibar's bid to lead the party. Now, remember what I said here about an official political party comes with a legislative budget for staff. Okay, because the budgeting part is going to come back again when it comes to the BC Conservative Party. Quote, I can no longer sit back watching any opportunity to get the province back on track slip by. Payton said he informed Leader Kerry-Lynne Findlay of his decision Monday morning by text message and that they had barely spoken since he became leader on May 30th. Both Payton and Millibar expressed concerns about the direction of Findlay's leadership. Payton was the party's agricultural critic. He and 2 other MLAs publicly confirmed last month that they rejected requests from Findlay to resign their seats so she could run for a seat in the legislature. Rianne Gasper, elected as MLA for Abbotsford Mission in 2024, announced on Saturday that she will step down from her seat so Findlay can run in a by-election. A date for that has not yet been set. On Monday, the party announced that Gasper will be the new deputy chief of staff. My, how convenient. And because it is illegal to offer people jobs to get them to lose their seat, of course. Kerry-Lynne Findlay is claiming, yes, but I only offered her the job after she resigned the seat. I didn't tell her that job was on offer for her if she did. So it's okay now. Apparently, there's already some rumors of investigations going on or pending for her having done that before, because Payton claimed that Findlay offered him the position of political advisor on agriculture for the party in order to resign his seat. He said there was no financial offer, though. Findlay disputed Payton's version of events, saying in a statement to CBC News, "At no point did we discuss MLA Ian Payton stepping down in exchange for a job of any description. MLA Payton insisted that should he decide to leave elected office, he wanted to remain involved in agriculture in some capacity. In response to him, we discussed that if he were no longer a sitting MLA or a member of caucus, we would be open to discussing an unspecified." So you discussed it. You didn't make him an offer, but you said that you would be open to a discussion on making an offer. Okay. Distinction with a meaningful difference. Finally, Findlay said on social media, quote, that she's disappointed in Payton's decision and thanked him for his contributions to the caucus. No, she's not. The Conservative Party BC remains firm and steadfast in our mission to defeat the NDP and restore prosperity, opportunity, and accountability to British Columbia. There is important work ahead, and we will remain focused on delivering the change British Columbians deserve, Findlay said. How can you remain focused? You've lost 5 MPs in 14 days or so. Payton said since Findlay took over the leadership, she's ejected competent people from key caucus leadership roles and purged staff. Findlay, who during the leadership campaign said she was running to avoid a liberal takeover of the party, has been facing divisions in the Big Tent Party, which includes former BC Liberal MLAs. In fact, yes, a lot of these people are former BC Liberal MLAs. Now, of course, for those of you who are not aware, in provincial politics, there was a BC Liberal Party at one point. Christy Clark, Gordon Campbell were former premiers, but even though the name was Liberal, they really were more of a conservative party, right? But these conservatives are too liberal for Kerry-Lynne Findlay conservatives. Right now, we have a purity test going in. Kerry-Lynne Findlay is not upset, doesn't feel that she's being besieged by all these departures. She wants them to go. They're not pure enough. Kerry-Lynne Findlay is on record as not being interested in wanting to have a big tent party. She wants a conservative party, ideologically pure. So anybody who sat once ever in their career as a BC Liberal has got to go because they've got that liberal stench on them, even though they're conservatives. Right? When they say she's purged staff, she has purged staff. The party president is gone. The vice president is gone. The executive director, gone. Caucus director of operations, fired yesterday afternoon with no real explanation given. When the party almost formed government, it had 44 seats. It's now got 33. 11 people have left that party. One of them, Amelia Boultby, I believe it is, left to join the NDP. Findlay won the leadership on May 30th, just about 3 months ago. Oh my God. Jeez. Payton said that during caucus meetings, he felt a level of mistrust toward him because he's a former BC Liberal. He also said some LAs were, quote, muzzled and prevented from talking to the media. Milabar said the intention is not to join Centre BC, a party led by former BC Liberal MLA Mike Bernier, but to start a new political party. The pair have not yet announced a party name. You got Centre BC posting all over social media going, dudes, why you start a new party, man? Like, we've already done all the work of like all the infrastructure of starting the party. Like, just join us. There already is a center alternative. But nope, they want their own thing. We are in the process of getting things organized, Millibar said. Eleanor Sturco, the independent MLA for Surrey Cloverdale, says she plans to talk to Millibar and Payton about the new party, but she is not committed to joining. Quote, I will be watching very closely and will reach out to learn more about the party they want to build and what their future plans are, Sturco said. I do feel very strongly that we need a credible alternative to defeat the NDP and the BC Conservative Party under Kerry-Lynne Findlay. Maybe we're having a new BC Liberal Party form. Maybe that will actually be somewhat liberal. Or maybe more on the progressive conservative side, given that progressive conservative isn't considered conservative anymore by the BC Conservatives. She said a new party under Millibar as interim leader has potential, quote, to capture the attention of voters. Payton and Millibar have demonstrated over time that they are willing to uphold not only their own values, but the values of the people they serve. The BC NDP caucus was quick to put out a news release linking Millibar and Payton to the former BC Liberal government under Christy Clark, despite the fact both MLAs were elected in 2017 in a tight election that was followed by the NDP forming government through an agreement with the BC Greens. Ian Payton and Peter Millibar deserve credit for not going along with Findlay's Trump-style culture war, but British Columbians don't need a repeat of their failed BC Liberal approach, said Darlene Rochford, MLA for Esquimalt Colwood. The BC Liberal record worked well for the richest and corporate insiders, but made life harder and more expensive for everyone else. So some people going, oh my God, please don't revive the BC Liberal Party. Ah. That wouldn't be good for us. Oh, thank you, Kid Vancouver Rain. How sweet of you for make that super chat donation. Mwah. Big love. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have Millibar and we have Payton who have left. But is that? But wait, there's more. Then we had Rosalind Bird leave. I'm just going to make sure that it's Rosalind Bird. There we go. This is August 25th. It's written very small here, so hopefully I can read it for you. After considerable reflection, I have made the difficult decision to leave the Conservative caucus and continue representing the people of Prince George Valemount, I'm going to guess here, it's not very clear, as an independent member of the Legislative Assembly. This decision was not made lightly. Political parties play an important role in our democracy, but they are vehicles for our values. They cannot become substitutes for them. I believe British Columbians are tired of political infighting, name-calling, and division. They expect their elected representatives to disagree respectfully, work collaboratively where possible, and remain focused on the challenges facing families, communities, and our province. Transparency, accountability, integrity, and responsible government will continue to guide will continue to guide my work. So will my beliefs in free speech, respectful debate, and our responsibility as elected representatives to reject hatred and discrimination while remaining willing to have difficult conversations about the issues facing British Columbians. Our province also urgently needs a renewed focus on economic growth. Small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of BC's economy. They are facing tremendous pressures from rising costs, taxation, regulatory complexity, and administrative burdens. At the same time, British Columbia has extraordinary talent and potential to lead in innovation, technology, and industry while responsibly developing the forestry, mining, agriculture, fisheries, and energy sectors that have I do not understand that word, that have built communities across our province. As an independent MLA, I will work with anyone who brings forward good ideas. I will support initiatives that are right for Prince George, Valemount, and British Columbia, and oppose those that are not. My political affiliation may be changing, but my responsibility is not. I was elected to serve the people of Prince George, Valemount, and they will remain my first priority. I believe British Columbia's best years can still be ahead of us. Rosalind Bird, MLA for Prince George, Valemount. Then we had one yesterday, earlier in the day, and this one has a bit of a story to it. We have Teresa Watt. So the fourth to leave, but the third in 3 days. And with Teresa Watt, there is a bit of a scandal here. And this is according to Amy Judd. A fourth MLA has announced they are quitting the BC Conservative Party to sit as an independent. Brendan Day has become the fourth BC Conservative legislator to quit the party in 3 days. What do you mean? Oh, sorry. Okay, they're talking about Brendan, who was the one who got after her, but I'm looking for Teresa Watt specifically here. So I'm not sure why they... okay, I see what you mean. There we go. Sorry, my mistake. I'm reading the wrong article. This is the one I need. Here from the Globe and Mail. And this comes to us courtesy of the Canadian Press. Richmond Bridgeport MLA Teresa Watt is the latest member to quit the BC Conservatives after announcing Wednesday she can no longer serve under the leader Kerry-Lynne Findlay. Watt, who will sit as an independent, said in a statement that Findlay failed to apologize over serious and unfounded accusations the new leader reportedly made in a group chat message about Watt that questioned the longtime MLA's allegiance to Canada. These remarks were distasteful, hurtful, and made me question my place in the BC Conservatives under her leadership, Watt said in her statement. The statement announcing her departure from the party cited widely reported remarks attributed to Findlay that called Watt CCP, a reference to the Chinese Communist Party. Watt is the third MLA to exit the official opposition in many days after Prince George Valemount legislative member Rosalind Byrd announced her departure on Tuesday, a day after Delta South Representative Ian Payton's own announcement. Another MLA, former leadership candidate and finance critic Peter Millibar, left earlier this month. Findlay won the BC Conservatives leadership race narrowly in May, and the party has since seen a number of high-profile personal changes, including the departures of President Aisha Esti, Vice President Sharon White, and Executive Director Angelo Isidoro. Watt's writing of Richmond Bridgeport is heavily ethnically Chinese, and the MLA is also Chinese-Canadian. Quote, I had many friends and individuals from the community reach out to me to say they do not believe these false allegations and were shocked no apology was issued, she said in her statement. I realized that these allegations have caused real damage to my reputation and had created serious concern within the community. Watt said that Findlay told her this week there would be an apology, but none has been issued. Quote, I cannot continue to sit in a caucus led by someone who has questioned my loyalty without evidence, and when given the opportunity to correct the record has failed to do so, she said. On Tuesday, Findlay held her first news conference as leader before Watt and Byrd's announcements acknowledging that other MLAs may leave caucus after the departures of Payton and Millibar. But Findlay said those who are leaving will be doing so, quote, without a vision of prosperity and hope that the BC Conservatives are presenting to the province. Yes, it sounds real hopeful in that caucus right now. Quote, it means somewhere along the way they decided that they know better than us where we should be going, Findlay said. Byrd, Payton, Millibar all cited a divergence of the party's values under Findlay and their own as a major reason for parting ways. In her statement, Byrd said British Columbians, quote, should be able to firmly reject racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, and hatred while still having difficult and necessary conversations about immigration, Indigenous reconciliation, addiction, crime, gender, religion, and many other issues on which reasonable people sometimes disagree. Byrd will sit as an independent alongside Watt, while Payton and Millibar have said they intend to form a party that offers British Columbians who do not support the Conservatives under Findlay and Premier David Eby's New Democrats a political home. So yes, apparently a chat was leaked in which Kerry-Lynne Findlay said, "Yeah, Teresa Watt, she's Chinese Communist Party, type thing." So Millibar, you possibly couldn't be premier. You would not be able to be objective when it comes to Indigenous stuff. You married one of them. Yeah, that Teresa Watt woman. Yeah, she's Chinese. Yeah, Chinese Canadian. Yeah, she's CCP. So such a warm and fuzzy place the BC Conservative Party is. But no, they're not racist, right? They're just fighting for their values. Right? And then later that evening, Brendan Day decided that they were leaving. Brendan Day is the latest MLA to quit the BC Conservative Caucus, the fifth to leave since Kerry-Lynne Findlay took over as leader. Day, the MLA for Courtney Comox, told CBC News he's lost confidence in the judgment and ethical standards of Findlay and the people she's tapped for key staff and caucus leadership roles. Quote, here who Kerry-Lynne Findlay has decided to surround herself are absolutely an affront to my moral center. What she's done to the Conservative Party in a short time is reckless, and it's actually political malpractice what she's doing here. I'm not willing to be distracted by this constant churn that we're seeing. Day said he will sit in the legislature as an independent Conservative. It's the latest blow to Findlay, who this week insisted her caucus is united, while at the same time acknowledging that more MLAs could leave. In fact, listening to some news, it is rumored that up to 12 more could leave. Day's departure comes hours after MLA Teresa Watt, who represents the Richmond-Bridgeport riding, said she can no longer serve in the BC Conservative Party under Findlay. Watt said in a news release she will sit as an independent going forward. She said Findlay has made serious and unfounded accusations about her, including remarks that called my allegiance to Canada into question, and that Findlay has not apologized. Let's see. What else do we have here? Watt told CBC News her concern was around a screenshot of an alleged group chat posted by an anonymous X account named the Findlay Files on July 29. In the screenshot, Findlay claimed Watt had associations with the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. Findlay Files is something that I definitely have been following, by the way. Let's just put it this way. They are getting a lot of material. A whole ton of material. Because this party is a mess. It's a big mess. All right. Back to the article. In her, let's see here. In her post to X on Wednesday, Findlay didn't explicitly reference the CCP claim, but said she had a private conversation with Watt the same day the screenshot was posted and apologized to her directly. Findlay said she had considered the matter resolved. Watt told CBC's BC Today that Findlay did not apologize. Quote, my loyalty has always been to Canada and the people I was elected to serve. Watt said, to see that record reduced to the label CCP is extremely difficult for me to put into words. Watt said her constituents, many of whom are members of the Chinese diaspora, were concerned that Findlay did not deny the CCP claim and that Watt had not addressed it. Wow. Wow. Okay. And that was a July 29th screenshot, allegedly. And if we go to the Findlay Files, there you have it. Right here, kids and cubs. Let's bring it up on the screen for you to see right here. Hopefully we can make it a little bigger. Nope, that's not going to work. Let's try this. There we go. That might work. Let's see what that looks like for you. Yes, it does. Okay, here we go. So this is, right, Honorable Kerry-Lynne Findlay here. There's a document that has been given to her, that's been forwarded to her. And she says, I don't have time to read this now or in the morning. I'll have to drive to Chilliwack and back for a TV podcast interview with CFFR. PIR, take a look and give me your advices. Remember that WeChat is China government controlled and Teresa Watt MLA is CCP and sold many memberships to CCP Chinese in Richmond. The Chinese community that supports us knows this. So that's how they're talking about the members of their own caucus. It's a mess. It's a hot mess. Oh my God. Wow. So yeah, lots of churn, lots of business, lots of stuff going wrong here. Based on things that I've been able to glean, this is Keith Baldry, a global CBC Legislative Bureau Chief. Conceivably, there could be up to another dozen who leave. There's supposed to be a caucus meeting on Monday that some believe will be a showdown. As I mentioned, KLF, a lot of people are referring to Kerry-Lynne Findlay as KLF. That makes me think of that song, KLF. Oh, Justified in Ancient. Yeah, that's it, with Tammy Wynette. Every time I see KLF written, that's the thing that goes into my head. But yeah, she's fine with it. She wants this purge. They're not pure enough. She wants them gone. The party might have to end up firing staff as well because, as I mentioned, they are not being funded as much, given that they've lost 12 MLAs. So that could be representing up to $500,000 a year in lost funding for the party as a result of this. That's going on. And with 12 more to go, That could be a whole lot more. If everybody there, they only needed 2, right? But if everybody banded together, that has left, that third party in the House would overtake the Greens. And with that, they might be able to hire a few more staffers, right? There's probably going to be also logistically a huge game of musical chairs for office space because certain people can no longer sit together in the same offices anymore because they're not in the same party anymore. Uh, Renee Gaspar, the MLA for Abbotsford Mission in the Fraser Valley, who was the party's deputy whip, did resign her seat, so Findlay could run. There's already a political opponent potential named Randy Haas, who's the former mayor of Mission, BC, and also happens to be former MLA for Abbotsford Mission. He appears to be interested in a run, but it's not clear whether or not it would be as an independent or with a specific party. He would be a center-right alternative to Kerry-Lynne Findlay and a viable challenger for that seat. On the NDP side, possibly Pam Alexis, who ran for the Democrats already. She won the seat in 2020, but lost it to Gaspar in 2024. Or Bob Heath, also former MLA, who lost in 2024 in the riding of Maple Ridge East, which is also in the Fraser Valley, close there. Close to it. If Kerry-Lynne Findlay can't win this seat, she's facing a whole bunch of questions. This is a quote from Richard Zussman, Western Canada Vice President of Public Affairs at Burson. If Kerry-Lynne Findlay can't win the seat and she's facing all of these questions and she's facing a potential investigation over these allegations that she offered jobs to MLAs to quit, we know that she gave Rian Gaspar a job as her deputy chief of staff. She said that she didn't offer Gaspar that job before she decided to quit, but there may be an investigation. All of that combined makes it harder and harder to believe that Kerry-Lynne Findlay has a path to become the next premier of the province. So the by-election is going to be a must-watch. The premier has 6 months to call it. The reason it's probably going to be called a little later is because there's some municipal elections coming on, and they probably don't want to interfere with that. There's also some chatter about David Eby, who doesn't need to go to an election for another 2 years, that he might go to an election. A lot of people saying it would be political malpractice for him not to go early, given the circumstances. He too probably won't do it this year if he's considering it due to the municipals. But there are some people suggesting that he could go in May or October of next year. Basically the whole point is that, if there's a new party that's coming up and that's going to form or anything like that, you might want to call an election before there's time for the new party to capture the public's imagination the way that the BC Conservatives did, because they pretty much rose out of anywhere and almost formed government. There's a lot of people that of those 12 that are maybe looking to leave, waiting to see what the former interim leader, Trevor Halford, did. Word all around seems to be that he did a rather competent job at leading the BC Conservatives in the interim and professionalizing the party a little bit, because it was like taking some hits with the whole push to get rid of Rustad, but that he might be looking to make a move, and people might be looking to see what move he makes in order to determine whether or not they're making one and which one. And it seems as well that there was a meeting BC for politics to see if there's any interest in a new party. I do not know if this is connected to the initiative that is being led by Peyton and Millibar, but there was a meeting somewhere, and it was deemed, I think, to have been, described as a standing room only. So very well attended. I can't find a news article on that. It's just some stuff that I've been seeing online there. But yes, there had been talk about that here. Just going to take a look on my socials to see if there is anything more about that from the usual people. Someone that I'm following a lot with this Findlay Files is one, but also Jazz Johal, who has a good show. I think he was a former MLA and former director of communications for BC LNG Alliance. He has the Jazz Johal show on the CKNW, and providing a lot of good information here. 12 hours ago, I'm hearing that there's a standoff today between BC Conservative Executive Director and KLF bestie, Elaine Allen, and the party board. Board members have lost access to their emails, internal strife, external departures, or as they say at the BC Conservatives. They're calling it the Triple O Summit. There's a meme here, Triple O Summit. Put it up here. Oops, that's not the right one. There we go. The Triple O Summit. Why? Because we have forgotten that BC's prosperity begins with a strong private sector economy, not maple MAGA idiocy, culture wars, or ostriches. And for some reason, there are two burgers that have a pickle on top of the bun. In this image. Jazz Johal, the Triple O Summit is continuing at this hour. That's 14 hours ago. Great to see people with strong public policy chops engaged. Jordan Armstrong will have more on the news hour. We may be seeing the rise of a new free enterprise party focused on the economy and not culture wars. It says here, breaking conservative and liberal organizers are in a room today asking one question: is there room for a new free enterprise coalition? Early days could be the moment, and this meeting was scheduled before the BC Conservative meltdown. There was an email that was sent called The Path Ahead, RSVP to this email, reading, in recent weeks or months, many of us have been watching the ongoing political situation in British Columbia, and many people have been asking the same question: what's going on? I've been chatting with some of our political friends and past colleagues, and we decided it would be a great idea to get a bunch of us together in a room to discuss where things go from here. A lot of ideas are on the table, including supporting or fixing the BCC, joining an existing alternative, reviving a legacy party, or starting a new party. The purpose of this meeting is to hear from other smart, politically involved people and explore the alternatives a bit. While we won't solve everything in the room, we will at least hear different perspectives and decide whether we can/should all work together towards a common cause. Note, this is not a meeting soliciting support for a candidate. Some of you know that I supported a particular leadership candidate for the BC Conservatives, and others who are sending this email supported other candidates. In fact, some of the people in the room are not and were not members of that party. I assure you that we are not there to persuade you to support a particular candidate. Rather, we want to find a path forward. I hope you can join us. P.S. If you would like to invite someone, please let me know and I can add them to my list. We have a limited amount of space, so if it gets too big, we may have to limit or find another venue. It appears that it was really, really well attended. So, yeah, there you go. Brendan Day, when he left, also wrote his letter here, and hopefully I'll be able to read it. To my constituents, friends, and neighbors, effective immediately, I'm stepping away from the Conservative Party of British Columbia and will sit in the legislature as an independent Conservative. I entered politics to serve the people of Courtenay-Comox and to help build a serious principled right-of-centre alternative to David Eby's NDP government. That responsibility belongs to every person I represent, whether they voted for me or not. They deserve an MLA who conducts himself honorably, acts with integrity, and is prepared to stand by the values he was elected to carry to Victoria. The current direction of the Conservative Party of BC under Kerry-Lynne Findlay is no longer something I can support. More fundamentally, I've lost confidence in the judgment, conduct, and ethical standards of her leadership and those she has chosen to surround herself with. Public office demands integrity. I cannot ask others to meet that standard while remaining silent when I believe my own party's leadership has fallen short of it. Nor can I reconcile doing so with the commitments I made to the people who sent me to Victoria. I will continue to fight, as I always have, for responsible government, fiscal discipline, individual freedom, strong public services, and an economy that rewards hard work and opportunity. I will continue to hold David Eby and the NDP, the most destructive government in British Columbia's history, to account. My loyalty remains where it has always belonged, with the people that put their trust in me to serve with integrity. Brendan Day, MLA, Courtenay-Comox. There you go. Little interesting to say that you plan to run with integrity while claiming a current government to be the most destructive one in the history of the province, when probably that's objectively not true, and rather easily so. But there you go. That's what's going on here, kits and cubs, in British Columbia. It's a big hot mess. It's going to continue to be one for a while. But oh my God, sure isn't boring now, is it? All right. Finally, last but not least, this is a longer show today, but yes, yesterday there was an interview between the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, known to us as Ambassador Greer, and Rosemary Barton from CBC News. Was a very telling interview. It wasn't antagonistic in any way. It wasn't explosive. It wasn't emotional. However, what it was an interesting look into the manner in which the American side is framing things. If you've been watching the American news, we are being portrayed as the unreasonable ones, and with additional rhetoric being portrayed as well, people who suck, people who have been sucking the United States dry, people who have been trying to take advantage and who have been taking advantage of the United States for years and years and years. And of course, every time Mr. Jamieson Greer keeps on saying the word retaliation, keeps on forgetting that the re part of retaliation, which means we didn't strike first. We retaliated because someone gave us a reason to. None of that seems to figure in any of his discourse. So we will go through this. We will show you this, and hopefully I will not interrupt too often so that we can finish at a regular time. But this is definitely worth your time, because this is an exercise in very strategic sins of omission.
Ambassador Greer, nice to see you. Thanks for making the time for Canada today.
Happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
You know, it was just a week ago, incredibly, that you and your counterpart, Dominic LeBlanc, shook hands outside, seemed pretty confident that there was a deal to be had. From your perspective, what happened that caused the talks to collapse over the following 2 days after that?
Well, I will say from the U.S. side, we felt very, very confident in the deal we had struck late Tuesday night, shortly before a deadline. And we felt confident enough that we added on a few extra days to just get everything down on paper. We had agreed to, as I've shared before in the press, really the best deal available to any country on the planet with respect to Canada. And then, the Minister LeBlanc went back to Ottawa, and they spoke with premiers, spoke with the Prime Minister, and when they came back, they had some additional views, they had some additional requests, they had some additional things that were too much for the United States. It wasn't something we could do at the time. We felt that giving them the best deal in the world would have been enough to get us over the hump and put us on a positive track to even bigger and better things.
Okay, and I will get to some of the issues that certainly Canada has raised in the media, but I...
All right, so let's go through that first answer right there. You will notice all the sins of omission. Right? The deal that we arrived at on Wednesday, no, we didn't arrive at the deal. You said we arrived at a deal. We never said that. We never represented it as such. We never even pretended that we had one at that point. The deal that is the best on the planet, yeah, that's because we have CUSMA, which stemmed from NAFTA, which stemmed from the free trade agreement that we did, all the way back in the days with Mulroney and Reagan. Part of that was because you had to. It was legislative. It was because you were magnanimous with us. Right? We started off with the best deal before you guys arrived. Sure. You guys decided to change things, as is your right, and you're saying that you were offering us the best deal within those changes. But as we mentioned yesterday, the best deal is relative, right? Because when your stated objective is already to destroy every other market, your best deal still is not a good deal. We went away and we came back and we had other asks, and it was just too much. We thought that offering the best deal should have been enough. Your best deal was to take over the leverage, all the levers of our sovereignty. You seem surprised that it wasn't good enough. In fact, the first time when he mentions that, you will notice that there was a little scoff, right? We thought that offering the best deal on the planet, right? Oh, those unreasonable Canadians, right? Nothing in that represents what the United States did other than we offered them the best deal. Better deal than anyone else. So that's the starting premise of the United States. We just don't understand why Canada did this. We offered them a better deal than anyone else. Rosemary Barton makes a point about that later on in a question near the end. So again, here, this is a lot of the entire framing here, right? Canada, unreasonable. United States, we're just doing what we need to do to get by. We don't understand why Canada's reacting like this.
I also want to point to the fact that the president himself was asked yesterday in an interview whether you guys, the U.S., had added some things at the last minute, and he didn't deny it. He even said, "Hey, that sounds like me." So, were there things that the United States added in those last couple of days, and why were they added at that point?
Yeah, no, they weren't, and I think anyone who watches the clip or hears what the president told CNN, it was off the cuff. He said, "That sounds like me." The reality is, the last time the president spoke with Prime Minister Carney was Tuesday night, and there was some meeting of the minds, and so the Canadian story has been, well, it was later in the week that things were added, and that's we felt the president, we all felt so comfortable that there was a meeting, there were agreements on specific rates, specific percentages, et cetera. Hard to change those things after a given time.
Actually, no. Not with this administration. In a normal administration, yes. Not with this administration. Not hard to change these things at a given time. We just watch it. We just watched him sign a deal with Saudi Arabia and then come back the next day and say, "Oh, by the way, this deal's not valid unless you sign the Abraham Accords too." We literally just saw it. We literally just saw it. This man is lying. Okay. But let's go a little bit more into that answer, kids and cubs. I have to take it off the screen because I have to go and get the transcript of what it is he actually did say here. Here, the president of the United States actually got caught saying, "Yeah, it sounds like something I would do," not really remembering. And this guy here, what he's doing, what Americans frequently do, they go back on to the nation and say, no, I know you heard and saw the president say that, but let me tell you what the president really said. No, there weren't anything else that came from the United States, despite the president saying, "Yeah, that sounds like something I would do," and it's something that he has done. We all know what it is. And I think anyone who watches the clip or hears what the president told CNN, it was off the cuff. Yeah, it was off the cuff. It wasn't serious. No. It was off the cuff. It was just a joke. It was just locker room talk. No. The reality is the last time the president spoke with Prime Minister Carney was Tuesday night. Yeah, okay. Did they text since? And last time they talked has nothing to do with you guys coming in with new things, right? Because between the time that you claim that the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of the United States had a meeting of the mind when they talked on Tuesday night, there's a whole lot of other people that talked to the President of the United States. That's when all the other people came into the room. That's when Anita Anand was having meetings with Marco Rubio and Buttlick, Nutlick, all came in. Scott Bessent stuck his nose in it. Right? That's when everybody else got in on the party. Don't come and tell me that there isn't anybody that picked up a phone and said a couple of things in the President of the United States' ear between Tuesday, and that could have led to the United States having more demands. Don't come and let me believe that everything that you demanded, you put on paper. That there was an attempt to squeeze us with some final conditions right there in the room. We know how you guys operate. So, we felt that the president felt so comfortable that there was a meeting of the minds. Yes. On Tuesday night, the president and the Prime Minister of Canada talked, and they all agreed. And then the president, at no point had any cause whatsoever to change his mind in any way between now and the actual deadline. Because this is the type of thing that he never, ever does. We are literally being bullshitted by this man. This man literally wants you to believe that after the President of the United States and Prime Minister allegedly talked on Tuesday night that everything was locked in. Well, if it was locked in, why did we need all those extra meetings on Wednesday with all those extra players coming in? It was nothing. It was not locked in, and nothing's ever locked in with Donald Trump. He changes his mind he changes his mind in the same sentence as he's speaking. Everything that we know to be true about the people and the players here are just do not factor in. This guy is playing us for stupid fools who wants us to believe that everything that we know based on past behavior from this group of clowns is not happening.
Okay, well, let me go through some of the things that the Prime Minister and the Canadian government has raised as issues, some of which they say Secretary Lutnick added sort of at the end as well. But I'll go through the issues to start. First of all, the issue of excluding medium and heavy-duty trucks from this deal. That would have an enormous impact on Canada, as I'm sure you would understand. There'd be job losses, plant closures. Given that, is the goal of the Trump administration to remove auto manufacturing from Canada entirely? Because I think that was the fear from the Canadian government.
Well, just a couple things here. The U.S. goal in its entire trade policy, because remember, it's global. It's not like Canada alone or something. We are trying to reindustrialize 25 years of suffering from globalization, where we lost 5 million jobs, 70,000 factories. So with respect to this issue of medium and heavy trucks, for weeks when I've been speaking with my Canadian colleagues, I've been clear about what we believed we could deliver, including about autos. We have a Section 232 measure on autos and pickup trucks. And there is a separate action on medium and heavy trucks that is separate and distinct and different. The economics are different, the way it operates is different, et cetera. The effective tariff rates are different. And so to kind of bring that in at the end and say, well, when we say autos, we really mean everything from a little Escort to the biggest truck you can think of. So it's less a matter of excluding it and more a matter of an effort. And I understand why the Canadians want to have as much as they can get and try to expand concessions from the U.S. But we are focused on doing what's good for America and accommodating Canada to the extent we can.
Yeah, and I get what you're trying to do from an industrial policy perspective, but of course, and you're applying it to all countries, certainly, but the integration between Canada and the U.S. is different, and that's what makes the impacts, as you would well know, so much more severe. So just to go back to whether you understand that Canadians and the Canadian government might see that exclusion on those trucks as a sign that the United States is not interested in having an integrated auto production industry.
Well, I certainly think, and I don't think this is any secret, we believe that the process of globalization for the United States, of integrating with other economies, even our close neighbors with whom we trade a lot, we think that has had some negative effects, especially in places like Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Again, we saw 5 million manufacturing jobs go away. And a lot of those went to Mexico and China, Vietnam. Some went to Canada. But I have to say, too, Canada, they've done the globalization thing, and you've lost half a million manufacturing jobs over the past 20 years. So it's not something where the United States alone is having a challenge.
No, except in this issue, and I'll move on after this, but in this issue, Canada remains the largest customer for U.S. cars, for American-built cars. So it's not like you're not getting anything out of that integration in the industry there.
Well, remember, back in the 60s, Canada did a very Trumpian thing, and they said to the big three, the American big three, if you're going to sell in Canada, you have to build factories here. And at the time, the big three, had a lot of influence. They said, fine, we'll do this. We think maybe we can do some things cheaper up there. If there's going to be this approach from the Canadian side, says you have to build here to sell here. So that was not like a natural economic growth. That was a deal. It was the Canadians did a very savvy thing. And now, after many years of the Auto Pact, NAFTA, USMCA, we have been able to see we still need to have, we have a big gap in our manufacturing employment here, and autos is a big part of that.
All right. So here we have him trying to present that again as completely reasonable, right? Says we had globalization. We've been so terribly affected by globalization for the last 40-something years. Even you guys have, right? We had all this integration. We did the integration at your request. So now if you're realizing, hey, globalization didn't really work for us, we need to deintegrate, shouldn't you need to compensate us? We did this at your request. The Auto Pact 1965 is also way before globalization. So we need to correct that error. Okay, fine, you can correct that error, but you can still correct that error. Right, by keeping the North American auto chain intact. But you want to onshore it all back. Okay, that's fine. You're upset now. You let us know now in 2016 that you're upset. That way back in 1965 or before that, he said, if you want to sell here, you have to produce here. Okay, fine. That's fine. Right? But again, none of these things make sense. Because again, we're the largest customer, as Rosie Barton pointed out. They are getting something for the integration. We represent nearly 100% of their profit margin. So go ahead, take away the jobs here, take away the plants here, so that you can all do it back there. But if we stop buying your cars because we don't like you anymore, what are all those lines that you've brought back going to do? He's also sitting there and saying, well, automobiles, or the small ones, were treated under this one, and these other things were treated under these things. So given that they were different things, it was so unreasonable for Canada to come back and say, well, wait a minute, when we talked about cars, we were assuming that they were all of them. Canada was the unreasonable one to assume that. Yep. We are supposed to believe that we had an entire negotiation with the United States, and when the people went into the room to write those documents up, and it seems, I heard something yesterday from somebody who knows a lot about this, it seems that the United States didn't write these stuff alone, that there's both sides in the room writing this stuff up. That somehow we agreed all along, from the get-go, that let's negotiate these lower tariffs while at the same time negotiating, agreeing to having product lines taken off our lines. That was all part of that deal that was done on Wednesday and confirmed when Prime Minister Mark Carney and Donald Trump had that meeting of the minds on Tuesday. That somehow didn't last on Wednesday. We had agreed to all that. That was known. That wasn't a secret. What's more likely? That was all known. That's all the secret, and the deal blew up anyway? Or that the people in the room agreed on something, and then when they went and double read the document, they found out that exclusion had been slipped in there. Again, with this bunch. Does anyone believe that it is the This bunch would not say, okay, great, we have this document, we'd agree to go back, add a couple of things, couple of things out, put it in front of us. Okay, here is the document we all agreed to. You don't need to read it, sign it. Right? How much you want to believe? Would you put it past this bunch to do that? Because I've been hearing other news reports that said it was a very good thing that we caught that little move in the auto thing. So both sides may disagree as to whether or not that was in all along.
Okay, I'll move on to another issue that the Prime Minister raised, and that is that Canada says the United States wanted a say in new trade deals that it would be pursuing, particularly that you wanted to review and even in certain instances dictate terms for future deals, which the Prime Minister viewed as sort of attack on Canada's sovereignty. Is that something you were asking for, and why did that make sense to you, Ambassador?
So no, it's not, and I think that characterization goes far beyond anything we've discussed. For a year and a half, we've had Canadian officials at federal, provincial levels coming to America and saying, we want to create Fortress North America, their term, not mine. And they've talked about this. And to us, what does that mean? It means that if we are going to lower our tariff barriers that we have in place for national security to protect sectors like steel, aluminum, cars, if we want to give better treatment like we were offering to Canada, the best treatment in the world, we expect other countries to also protect their borders. You know, Canada has done a safeguard on steel. We think they need to do more to protect the North American market. Mexico itself, they've been raising tariffs on various Asian goods to protect the North American market. I would say in USMCA originally, there was actually a provision in there where Canada, Mexico, and America all agreed that if anyone ever joined a free trade agreement with a non-market economy country like China, that country could get kicked out of the deal. So there's kind of a long history of trying to defend North American market. And so it's bizarre to me to hear this suggestion that Fortress North America, you can say it, but when it gets down to brass tacks and you want to actually collectively protect this market and these critical sectors, that they're not going to do it.
But just to be clear then, you did not view this as asking Canada to refer to you or to go back to you, consult with you, if it was going to strike a new trade deal around the terms of it, or were you expecting that? Was that part of what you? No.
We didn't have any text like that, right? We talked about let's coordinate.
We didn't have any text like that. What kind of text did you have, though?
On a bilateral basis, right? It wasn't Canada shall or anything like that. It's let's talk about this. But when it comes to things like steel and aluminum, the idea is if we're going to lower our tariffs and give you the best deal in the world on steel and aluminum, we can't have Canada be a place where you can get flooded with steel and aluminum from other countries and be used as a backdoor into the U.S. I mean, it's just economics and protection. Again, our view was there's a way to bring Canada along, but we have to have mutual protection.
Okay. Now, again, why this is bullshit. There's a way to bring Canada along, but we have to have mutual protection. There's a way to bring Canada along so that they can supply us with the steel and the aluminum that we need at a price that we want to pay that allows us to win and Canada to still lose. That's the whole part he omitted from that sentence. Right? We had hoped that by offering the best deal to Canada, if we're going to offer you the best deal in the entire world, then we expect you, to coordinate your policies with us to not have those imports of other steel. Yes, very nice. But if we're going to do that for you, like we did with the Chinese EVs, coordinate our policy, we then expect that when you offer us the best deal in the world, that is a deal that allows our industry, that still doesn't kill our industry and remove things from our product lines. See, your vision of what the best deal in the world isn't a good deal. That's the problem we have. Sir. That's the problem we have. And that best deal in the world that we're being offered is not being offered, again, because that's what you want to offer us. That's being offered because that's all you can get away with taking from us in this round. That's why you asked us to come to the table to make some concessions before you asked us to come to the table to make some concessions. And that's why in the last minute, you needed more concessions from us because you guys thought, hey, we've had it in the press for 3 days now that we're close to a deal, that we're really close to a deal. So, if we slip some things in the last 6 hours, there's no way that Canada can say no because everybody at home in Canada is expecting them to say, we've got a deal. They'll never take the political hit from saying that. They'll never survive that. Well, you know what? We rolled the dice. The fact that you had been putting out in the press for 2 full days that we have a deal, that it's just a matter of things, just a matter of final little agreements, thinking that that would pressure us. Well, they have to sign now because now they're committed. You underestimated us. Let's go back to the exchange here.
Okay, on the issue of discoverability, which is something maybe people don't talk a lot about, but it's essentially discoverability in French so that when people in this country log on looking for, on streaming services for French language programs, that was an issue. Was there ever an agreement on that from your perspective? Did it change at the last minute? What actually happened on that front? Because it's not clear to me.
Sure. So first of all, and importantly, the President Trump, myself, and the U.S. government recognizes the importance and sensitivity.
Now, you will notice the body language on this while she's saying, did anything change on that front? And he's going to go, like, while we notice this, trying to, like, calm it down, his head is moving up and down, like he's saying, yes, we did do that.
Of the French language in Canada, in Quebec, in areas in the Maritimes, in some areas. And we know that this is quite sensitive and quite important. And we actually champion the use of French. I mean, that's part of Canadian Quebecois identity. Now, there have been in the past discriminatory laws that target U.S. streaming companies that say you have to give 5% of your earnings to fund your competitors. And then there is this issue of discoverability about promoting it. This is something where the United States, we always have questions about this. This is something we talked about, but we showed a lot of flexibility. And our view is there is no way we would let a good deal go by for something like this. So this is not something where we push hard or condition or red line. It's like the farthest thing from a red line. We were really focused on those taxes. That's what you're focused on, the taxes.
I understand that, Ambassador, but I understand it wasn't a red line, but it was an issue that you raised with the Canadian government that you wanted some change to.
We highlighted it, right? I mean, our view is you should let capitalism do its thing and let people pick. But we know that this is important to Quebec. So for us, this is not a red line. It's been presented in the Canadian press like some big thing that we held the line on. It's just not true at all. I mean, we don't. It's totally fine. We think that we understand why you would want to have discoverability for Francophone material.
Okay.
Okay. This, again, outright lie. Outright lie. We understand. We know. We even champion use of Quebec, French in Quebec. No. We champion it. So why did you bring it up? Rosemary Barton says, yeah, but you brought it up. You made an ask anyway, didn't you? Well, we prefer, to let capitalism do its thing, let people have choice. So in your mind, putting it up there prominently for people who actually speak French, that, hey, you have these choices in French, here they are, look at them, see them. That your version, not doing that, is giving people choice. I guess that must be, and this guy speaks French, right? It doesn't make sense to say that you understand and that this is not a red line and you still come for an ask with it. We weren't going to hold up the deal on this. We just wanted to have people choice, because what you asked us is for the people who are actually going to use the service to have less ability to choose from the selection to pick something that serves them in their own language. And then you say, oh, I don't think it's okay to ask Americans to take some money to fund the competitors. Nobody's asking Americans to fund the competitors. Nobody's asking Netflix United States to offer some money so that we can fund Crave here in Canada. It's for funding content and production. The stuff that people click to see and earns them money so that there could be more of it that speak to us as Canadians or that speak to people as French Canadians that they can watch so that they can click more and use your service more so that you can get more money. None of what he is saying makes sense. We're literally going there saying, help us help you on this one. We don't understand. We don't need to put the French thing. It's going to cost us money to do it. But the people who speak French are going to click on it and you're going to make money. Help us help you. Right? It wasn't a red line or anything. Yeah, but you asked. You asked. You know it's a no-go zone, and you put it on the table anyway. The only reason you do that is to piss someone off. Just, come on. Come on. All right. You'll notice that so far in this interview, by the way, right? Everything that we have said happened. No, it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen like that. No, we were just trying to do. No, it didn't happen. No, that wasn't so important. We were independent on that. Wow, we just really can't understand it. You know, it was the best offer in the world. I mean, we thought that would have been enough. That deal was locked in on the Wednesday. Like this, nothing changed. Nothing happened in the next 3 days whatsoever. Nobody came with a new ask or a new request. Nobody misinterpreted things. And throughout the entire negotiation, even though we were both speaking the same language, for some reason the Canadians seemed to misunderstand everything we said on every single one of these issues. We have no idea how that misunderstanding could have happened, especially since we had absolutely nothing to do with the misunderstanding. Come on. A miscommunication takes 2 people, minimum. Oh, man. This guy. But again, right? He has that Danielle Smith quality. Calm, poised, making everything sound so reasonable and normal until you actually listen to what he's saying. But, no.
Just to go back to the timeline a little bit, again, you said that the President and the Prime Minister spoke on Tuesday. But it does, from the Canadian perspective, sound like changes were made between Tuesday and Friday when the Prime Minister had to pull the plug, he believed. So are you telling me that there were no changes made from your perspective over those course of those couple of days, whether it be you or Secretary Lutnick, who offered new things, that put new things on the table?
Even Rosemary Barton can't believe it.
Even just details.
So that's right. I mean, the Prime Minister and the President had an agreement. We had agreement about tariff rates, right? Canada would go from 25% to 15% on autos, with the possibility of going down to 7%. On aluminum, you go down from 50 to 25. Steel, 50 to 25 for most of what's sent here. On derivatives, taking down 25 to 10 percentage points off of it. That's all the case. When we got down to talking about what the text could look like, our Canadian colleagues, they told, the word they used was concerns, right? I won't go into too much more detail because we are trying to respect the confidentiality we extend to each other. In their view, they thought it might be fair to say they believe the implementation of our agreement that they disagreed with. But in our sense, when I say I'm giving you the best deal possible, let's take your idea of Fortress North America and work with it. We can put to the side things like discoverability and a variety of other things, and we can soften language here and there. To me, there was an agreement. There was a way to get to it. I don't know what ended up happening. You read things in the press about premiers and different things like this and politics going on. I know. All I know is this was Canada's had the best deal. We offered an even better deal. Yeah. It would have been a springboard for future progress for us. And now that's gone away.
I mean, it would have been a springboard for future progress for us, For what? For the United States and removing even more of our sovereignty? Right? Good. Maybe it's the premiers, maybe it's your politics over there that got in the way, something like that, but it's nothing us. No, no, nothing. We didn't change anything, man. In the response, though, right? Now we had agreed, oh, there was maybe something in the implementation or how we're going to implement stuff. Yeah, there was. Like you implementing killing two lions from our auto manufacturing. Yeah, we would have concerns about that note that he says, right? We're concerns for the confidentiality. Pierre, why don't you ask the USTR to release the text? Or like we suggested yesterday, just ask Jamil. He surely has it, doesn't he? But right, it's just no. We had completely agreed. Well, they had concerns about the implementation. Now that they agreed on the text, so we weren't agreeing. We weren't agreeing. And of course, the disagreeing or the concerns that we had. Because again, right, we're supposed to believe that we agreed absolutely everything on Wednesday and we agreed everything on Tuesday and everything that was when we were writing down, we agreed everything. And then something happened when we started talking implementation. Something happened. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was something political on your end, but something happened. They had all these extra players come into the room, and apparently, according to Jamieson Greer, all these extra players came into the room to say, yeah, everything that we'd agreed on the last 2 days, we still agree on that. Let's go. Let's sign this. Everything's hunky-dory. Nothing's changed. We agreed on Wednesday. We gave ourselves 3 extra days. Absolutely nothing has changed. We did nothing. We said nothing. We offered nothing. We suggested nothing. We wrote nothing. We made no passing comments in the room. Nothing. Everything was exactly the same. We do not understand why the Canadians changed. That's what we're supposed to believe. All right. Let's go back here. Sorry. So let me hold on a second. I just need to cue something up. So yeah, Jameson here is, it looked like it was going to be a springboard for more from us, and now that's gone away. You bet it's gone away. We pulled it out right from under you because we saw what you were going for and what you wanted more of. We weren't even going to give you the first task, so we weren't going to sign anything that was going to say, hey, come back and ask for more.
I mean, it's a better deal than what happened, than yesterday, but it's not a better deal than when CUSMA itself was being respected by the United States, which is not the case now, Ambassador, as you know. And one of the things that Prime Minister also raised was this issue of reliability. He points to the fact that other countries have made deals with your country. He said it looked like they were signed on pencil because they've changed overnight. So why would Canada sign a deal without even any guarantees that you would continue to respect the deal, given that you haven't respected CUSMA?
So which deal is that we haven't respected that we've signed over the past year? Like, I'm just not familiar with that. I mean, we have made
you've added tariffs.
a dozen deals.
You've added tariffs. I'm talking about Canada. You've added tariffs, right, above and beyond the free trade agreement, and that sort of contradicts what a free trade agreement is, of course.
So we have USMCA, and we built into it a 6-year review because, in our view, you can't just sign an agreement and never revisit it.
Okay. So right away. Lies right away, BS there. Right? The 6-year review that was built in for the changes that we sought to review. Are we still good with them? Okay. We keep going. But now they're coming to the table and they want to revise the whole thing. That was something that was not supposed to happen for a long time yet. The first renegotiation was something that wasn't supposed to happen for a long time yet. So this guy is sitting here I say, we built in this review, you know, because you don't sign a deal and never go back take a look at it. No, 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 no. You didn't build in this review for that. Okay, that review was for the changes we made to see if we were okay with the changes that we had just made. It wasn't a review of the whole damn thing here. And if you are going into his answer there, right, at the beginning, the whole concept that Rosemary Barton put for him, that the United States doesn't respect its deals. So which deal is it that we haven't respected that we've signed over the past year? Like, I'm just not familiar with that. Really? Dude, really? We've seen you announce deals and have your president add new terms to them the very next day. At the beginning, you said, you know, we face this globalization. We're fixing all these things. We're doing it to the entire world. Yes, but you singled us out for special treatment. You started the whole thing claiming that there was a mass scourge of fentanyl coming from Canada into your border. That was a lie. And you repeatedly single us out for special treatment over and above, special tariffs over and above the ones that you have for the rest of the world. Don't come and tell us it's a global thing when you keep on singling us out for extra special treatment. You've never respected any of your free trade deals. That's why we've had an issue persistent with softwood lumber all the time. The 50% tariffs that we are that we are going right now are applying to things that are CUSMA compliant, that should be excluded. You are literally breaking the deal. And you're breaking the deal because you claimed we retaliated. That's because you taliated. I know it's not a word. In the first place. Retaliate means that we are reacting. We could do the same thing with this guy, right? It's like, dude, what's this reality? What's this retaliation thing you're talking about? What's this retaliation thing you claim that Canada's done? We haven't retaliated. We haven't retaliated at all. You guys decided that you needed to make some changes to your system because you felt you've been ripped off by globalism for the last X number of years. Okay, we're fine with that, but you've made changes, which means that we need to adapt. We're not retaliating. We're just adapting to the new reality. We're accepting what you're doing. We're just adapting because if things change for you, necessarily things change for us. It's not retaliation. It's merely adapting. Don't take it so personal. Nothing's going on. It's all in your head. No. Don't, Mr. Greer, don't worry your pretty little head about Canada making decisions to not have booze on the shelves and to, do one-for-one tariffs, or to say that if you're not going to make it here, then you can't sell it here. That's not retaliation. We're just adapting. We've decided to go another way. We've decided that the benefits of integration, just like you've decided the benefits of globalization, didn't really work out for you. So we're just plotting a new course. Don't retaliate. Don't retaliate now. Just let it happen. It's not retaliation. We're adapting. You've changed the rules unilaterally, as is your right. Okay, we adjust. You can't expect that you are going to change the way that you do stuff and that nobody else is going to change the way they do stuff in response. You change something, people adapt. Sorry, Mr. Greer, we don't understand what you're saying. We could play that game too, what he's doing there. He is literally This is literally an exercise in insulting us to our face, telling us he thinks that we are stupid and playing us for fools. This man is gaslighting us in this interview. Gaslighting us.
If you have it eternally, like if I'm a business person, which we try to be in the American government, we try to think about what's good for workers, what's good for companies. You don't have an agreement that just goes on forever without ever being revisited. We have not renewed USMCA. USMCA includes specific exclusions for national security measures. And so steel, aluminum, autos, these are all national security measures for us that fall within the exclusions within USMCA. So we're doing what's right for the United States. We've offered to bring Canada along. Wasn't good enough for them, and so we are where we are.
Okay, so again, right, what he is saying here, right, when he's saying that thing, like, for example, well, if we're going to give you access to the best market in the world, well, then, you have to align some of your policies with us. Yes, yes, yes. But if we're going to align our policies with you, we expect better than the best, what you consider your best trade deal in the world. Right? Goes by both ways. We're always concerned about workers, companies, and jobs. No, you're not. No, you're not. Not this particular president on top of that. No, you're not. That's a lie. Right? And again, right? We have not reviewed USMCA because it includes specific exclusions for national security measures. Again, you're telling the country that you claim you are offering the best trade deal in all of the world to, also at the same time happens to be a national security threat to you. You are claiming. If a country actually was a national security threat to you, why would you be working so hard allegedly to make it, offering it the best deal of everyone else? Oh yeah, right. You're not. Right? You're not. You're not. Again, just outright gaslighting, sins of omission. Everything that the United States brings to the potluck doesn't factor in to the analysis. We're just doing what's best for us. Okay, we're just doing what's best for us. But you're not allowed to do that. Why? Man, don't take it so personally. Don't be like that. We're just being America. Chill, bruh. That's literally what we're getting from this guy. Boggles the mind. This is not a nation. This is no longer a friendly nation.
Specific exclusions for national security.
Oh, sorry. I needed to fast forward that up. I'm so sorry, kids and cubs. Let's go right here.
So what will it take to get back to the table, Ambassador? Who makes the first move here in your mind?
Well, the Canadians, put out a press release saying they were suspending the talks. The Canadian side is proceeding with additional retaliation.
Additional retaliation. Retaliation. Why? Because you slapped additional tariffs on us, so now we're slapping more on you.
Variety of things like that. So it's not clear to me on that front. I mean, the reality is we have a trade policy. It's global in nature. We're proceeding with it. If there's further retaliation from the Canadian side, we of course we're not going to just sit down and take that. Our view is don't retaliate. But I know that I know how people are feeling in Canada and what they think. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And we have our own trade policy, and we'll proceed with it in the way that's best for the United States.
So in other words, right? In other words, we're going to do what we're going to do and fuck you. We're doing the same thing. Well, yeah, okay, you're going to do what you're going to do, so we're going to do what we're going to do. Hi, China, would you like to be? Hey, wait a minute, you can't be talking to China. Why? You're not interested in us. Why suddenly do you care what we do? You just told us you want to destroy us and destroy our sovereignty. So why do you care what we do all of a sudden with other people? You don't get to break up with us and still have a say on who we date. That's not going to work for us. And who the hell do you think you are to think you have that right, that you're entitled to that? Don't retaliate. That's our view. Well, our view is don't sucker punch us in the face. Deal with that.
You know, you say you know how people feel about it in Canada, and I'm sure you've seen things and you've heard things. But Canadians are, I think, rightly very frustrated and upset that it has come to this with our closest trading partner and neighbor. Particularly frustrated with some of the rhetoric from your boss. You know, even a meme today from the White House Instagram account of an eagle attacking a Canadian goose. I mean, does that not kind of make it harder to get a deal, to get to a place where people can actually make some sense of what this relationship is going to be going forward?
I would just say my job is quite narrow, and on the trade relations, it's quite narrow, right? It's about economics. And again, we have a situation, we have a global trade policy. Canada is the only country to retaliate against us besides China. And even with China, we've kind of settled out. So really, it's just Canada at this point. Canada has banned the sale of liquor and spirits. We haven't banned anything from Canada.
Okay, so lots of BS in this one. We haven't banned anything from Canada. No, you're just trying to crush it so it no longer exists. You don't have to ban it if you ensure it no longer exists. Right, Jamieson? You'll understand that my mission here is, when it comes to that, my mission here is very, very narrow. I have nothing to do with any of all that. Seriously. I have nothing to do with all of that. I don't understand. Even with China, we've kind of settled out. No, you haven't. So it's just Canada at this point. Canada's the only big guy. Canada's the only meanie. And they're so taking disadvantage of us. We are suffering so bad because that big, bad, mean Canada. I got this guy. Seriously. Do you think it's helpful that your boss keeps on antagonizing with memes? Well, my job is very narrow. Don't ask me to say anything that could get me in trouble with my boss. Translation.
In. They've banned certain goods and services from procurement in the provinces. Again, we've never done these bans. It's quite extreme. But maybe we
Ambassador,
need to.
I mean, Ambassador, would you have expected Canada just to sit back and take it? I mean, you're a businessman. That's not how business is done. You just accept something that's imposed on you?
Well, no, that's why we're having a negotiation. That's why we had a negotiation, and we agreed, fine, we understand you want a better, you have the best situation and you want it to be better. And so we did that. If you look at every country in the world, I mean, we've got countries that have 250 million people, trillion, $2 trillion, $4 trillion economies, big economies, the EU, who we've been able to come to terms with. And I'm not saying people like it, I understand that, but I'm doing what's right for America, other countries doing what's right for them. And anybody who has some kind of a trade dispute or something, eventually it ends in a negotiation where you settle out and each side thinks like, well, I would have rather had this, but you find a compromise position. And we're not there with Canada.
Okay, I'll just quickly end. Are you still talking to Minister LeBlanc? Are you hopeful you can get back to that negotiation?
I would say we don't have open channels right now. I have a good relationship with Minister LeBlanc, but right now I think the Canadian side is talk about their next steps.
Okay, Ambassador Greer, it was good of you to make the time. I know a lot of Canadians wanted to hear from you, so thanks for doing it with us.
Thank you very much.
Yep. So, yeah. Gaslighters are us. Is what we got from that. It was impressive in that he managed to dismiss any responsibility of any kind from the United States for anything that is happening right now. Right. But here he is sitting there thinking, yeah, just that interview is basically him telling us, you're unreasonable, fuck off, and when you're ready to cave, call us. Basically. Getting a RIP. Peter Cullen, known for voicing Optimus Prime in the Transformers franchise, has died at age 35. We also found out about Tim Curry yesterday. I'm sorry, Dolly Parton and Tim Curry. That short. That's all you get for 2026. Thank you very much. No more. So yeah, that was a pretty rough one there. Kit Linda here. We cannot depend on Democrats if they do anything in the midterms to do anything that will help. We still had tariffs under Biden. Indeed. Kellyanne, California should join Canada, then their wines would be purchased again. Kit Cassie. Shook my head twice when I saw Mr. Wonderful and Chris Cuomo praising our PM, inviting world investors to the Toronto International Film Festival. Yes. Well, that's only because Mr. Wonderful was in a movie that was being premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival. So, if the Prime Minister encouraged people to come see him, then, he would be happy. Krista Freeland had a quote saying, "You are choosing to impose tariffs on the equivalent of 6 Hoover dams. And the last time I checked, AI was just so energy hungry. Americans were concerned about power prices, and you are voluntarily choosing to make them higher." Yes, indeed. She's been out on the circuit making a lot of statements, and she actually had a wonderful article that I will not read today because we are closing in the 4 hours. But that says, I think you won't like what's next, I believe was the title of it. And so I'll make a note of it and hopefully bring it to you tomorrow here. She continues to say, Americans were concerned about prices and you are voluntarily choosing to make them higher. Yes, I think I did read that. All right, just looking through the chat here, seeing if there's more. Here again, Freeland. From the Canadian perspective, it looks like a pure issue of dominance, a pure desire to make us your vassal. Trump talks about Canada being the 51st state. When we see this kind of absurd economic hostility, it makes you think he really means it. Kat Celsi, probably about what's going on in BC. Good Lord, that's messy. Yeah, it does. Really hope that PP's comments on con leadership in BC is not forgotten. There we go. Let's see here. Ambassador Deuceface praising Greer for what it is that he said there. Of course he would. Ambassador Deuceface would always be happy for somebody telling us to go fly a kite. Oh, man. Kit Tabby G, don't people wonder how the changes in the demands for French language changed since Trump said he never asked for French language changes? Again, exactly. There might be people in that room with this administration freelancing, right? Remember, the Prime Minister said that our side was very united, and their side seemed to be completely disjointed and disorganized somehow. So yeah, not the most inspiring thing here. Just looking through the chat stuff, seeing if we've got things for you here. Cassie Lake asking, is Canada reviewing a trade deal with India? Minister Champagne and their trade minister are holding a presser. Yes, they're holding a presser. They're advancing talks But yes, Canada and India are on track to, I think, have a comprehensive free trade agreement of some kind negotiated by the end of this year, I believe, is the objective, Kit Cassie here. Let's see here, lots of garden chat here. That's good stuff. Taking a look here through the chat, seeing if there's anything more. Here we go. Kit Cassie, trade agreement goal to be signed with India by end of the year from Minister Champagne and his Indian counterpart. There we go. So you got to the news before I could get to you there. Kit Cassie going, India is a big market. We just need to watch the shenanigans from the gangs and such. No different than many other nations. Indeed. Kit Tabby G, I was really hoping that Douglas would have a Tim Curry dress up moment this morning. Do you realize how much earlier I would have to wake up to do that and look fabulous in the process? Oh boy. Kit Saucy, well, Canada would be very prosperous and have a better functioning country, but the American propaganda and hate for Trudeau delayed an NAP for Canada. Indeed. Kellyanne saying, love Tim Curry in Clue. Yes, he was indeed very good in that. Let's see here. Is there anything else in the chat from you? Oh, yes. Fortress North America did not mean controlling Canada's trade, says Kit Grace. Indeed. Indeed. And I always thought that it was an error to go to the United States and preach Fortress North America for sure. But Doug Ford did it, and so did the Prime Minister. They thought, if you could look at Canada and the United States and Mexico as North America and all of us working together, that would convince him, get to his business senses. No, because that's not where Donald Trump is, right? He is stuck in the 19th century, right? He's stuck in the 19th century, particularly in economics. All right, so Kits and Cubs, I think that might be it here. So we have Kit Kat going, the U.S. makes trade deals all over the world. And let's also remind ourselves that the overall context that the ambassadors' words are being stated and expected to be taken seriously is talking about Canada, the nation in the world that has the greatest amount of trade agreements with any other nation. So again, this is someone trying to indicate that of all the countries in the world that the United States has been able to make a deal, the one it seems that it cannot make a deal with in any satisfactory manner is Canada, the country that several other nations have quite easily been able to come to a deal with. And for those of us, for those nations who have had long-term standing deals with us, seemingly not really ever had much of an issue. So yeah, again, Kit Sassy here, I'm more insulted that the Trump administration thought Canadians were stupid enough to fall for this BS. Yeah. Kit Tavici going, to be fair, they are accustomed to dealing with what appears to be a very politically uneducated population. Kit Sassy, which they created on purpose. Kit Elaine noticing a look on Rosemary Barton's face. We've seen that look on Rosemary's face before when she doesn't quite believe what's going on. Some good news here. Bryan Adams released a ballad dedicated to Terry Fox, which will be featured in an upcoming documentary, Run, Terry, Run. This is wonderful. I was 16 years old when he ran through Sudbury, where I grew up. Yeah, and also Bryan Adams had recorded a song around Canada Day, a resistance song, with what was going on in the United States. Can't remember the title of it, and I forgot to mention it actually when it came out. But yes, protest song called 51st State was released on Canada Day to defend Canadian sovereignty against annexation rhetoric and U.S. tariffs. So if you haven't had a time to take a look at it, please do. But yeah, so let's do a little Canadians who make us proud early. Canadian rock star Bryan Adams dropped a protest song on Canada Day, and while the powerful rock anthem never mentions Donald Trump by name, it's abundantly clear who the message is for. Quote, let me give you some advice, mister. You might have too much on your plate. rasps Adams in the course of the rough and tumble track. Go on, load us up with terrorists, but we'll never be the 51st state. Released on streaming platforms, the 2-minute 16 song 51st State is as punchy as it's pointed, appearing to respond to the US president's unrelenting jabs about annexing Canada. But the song also reminds the US president of the two countries' long shared history as allies and friends. Maybe you've forgotten, maybe you just don't care, but we've always stood beside you for that liberty we share, Adams sings. The 66-year-old rock veteran, best known for love ballads such as Everything I Do It For You and party anthems like Summer of '69, strikes a more defiant tone on the patriotic track. Quote, you can push us to the brink, but where the open road divides, you'll find a wall of maple with us on the other side. Let me give it to you straight. When you're talking about my home, you better show some respect, because up here, we take care of our own. The track is described in a news release as a, quote, tongue-in-cheek response to the ridiculous narrative around Canada being better off becoming anything other than Canadian, and appears to be striking a chord with listeners who had already racked up more than 230,000 views on YouTube by July 2nd. So within the first 24 hours. Quote, I wanted to write something about Canada because Canada's home, Adams said in a statement on his website. There's more that binds us than divides us. This is a tribute to the pride and spirit of my fellow Canadians. The rest is just noise. Adams, who was born in Kingston, where the Beaver Lodge is, and raised primarily in Ottawa, has never shied away from speaking his mind. He has been calling for an end to Canadian content rules ever since his 1991 hit was deemed by regulators to not be Canadian enough because he collaborated with non-Canadians. As recently as last year, he called the system archaic and really stupid, arguing it only serves to prop up mediocre homegrown music. The song joins the growing list of ways Canadians have rebuked Trump, but Adams in the song still can't resist a little Canadian politeness, extending an olive branch, but with limits. Quote, yeah, we're better off together, we'll be better hand in hand, but the 49th parallel has become a line drawn in the sand. There you go. And with regard to Terry Fox, according to exclaim.ca, says Bryan Adams has taken to writing extremely Canadian songs. On Canada Day, he released the anti-Trump anthem 51st State, and now he shared a song about Canadian hero Terry Fox. Quote, the ballad of Terry Fox comes from the upcoming documentary Run, Terry, Run, which will premiere at the Toronto International Film Festival next month, before making its way to the Vancouver International Film Festival the month after. Quote, I remember Terry's run back in 1980 when I was on tour in Canada playing 200 capacity clubs. I was 20 years old and I think Terry was a year older than me, Adams said in the statement. When he stopped near Thunder Bay on September 1, I had just played in Ottawa and his run was all over the news. Without knowing it, Terry gave our country a something and a someone that everyone could agree on and unite behind. I'm extremely proud to be part of Sean Menard's film and especially proud of Terry and his legacy. The music video is directed by Sean Menard, who also directed the movie. Previously, Menard directed the Much Music documentary 299 Queen Street West. So there you go. And if you want to hear the song, the ballad of Terry Fox, right here in the chat, I've included a link to it right there, kids and cubs. And if you wanted to hear the song 51st State by Bryan Adams, then right here, Kids and Cubs, also in the chat. I am including it for you right there. All right, Dan fam, that's the end of this episode of the Daily Beaver Morning Show. We hope that you love listening to us because we love making this for you. Remember, sharing is caring. Word of mouth is very important to us, so please spread the beaver. As we say, and let people know why it is that you like our show, because you are influencers in your own community, and that helps us immediately and helps us very consequentially as well. So thank you for all that you do for us, kids and cubs, in promoting the show. Really means the world to us. Kit Saucy here going, I very much dislike this sleazeball of a man. Talking about Jamieson Greer. Kit Elaine going, you don't need to read the last line. You don't need to read the fine print on that last page. It's irrelevant that the last page didn't exist before the fine print. Kellyanne, they twist words to be utterly vague with malicious intent. Indeed. Indeed. Kit Terry going, too many people will not question his definition. Indeed. Indeed. Kit Terry, I would love to be the fly on the wall in the local coffee shop just to hear the reaction. I doubt it's the same as the bot army response. Indeed. Indeed, kits and cubs, indeed. Kid Sassy going, everyone is way too nice with these people. I agree. Kits and Cubs, if you would like to help us, please scan this QR code, and that will bring you to our YouTube page where you can click with our buttons like, share, and subscribe. We really appreciate it when you do that. Click the notification bell and click on all so you get every notification that we have and that we have new content for you. And of course, Kits and Cubs. Let's see what else we have in there. The notification bell. I think that's everything for this one. So yeah, remember, if you smash with our buttons, now you don't have to remember to do before you leave. Also, if you would like to help us, Kits and Cubs, a donation to the Eager Beaver Lodge's Emergency Hydration Fund via our tip jar at our coffee page. That's at coffee, ko-fi.com. And yes, Kit Saucy, thank you for mentioning it. I noticed for picking up that it wasn't in some of the places that we had written it down. I did fix that yesterday. So thank you for mentioning it. I saw it in the comments. Coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in one word. And there you can make a one-time donation, Kits and Cubs, or you can make a recurring one that you can end at any time of your choosing. Thank you so much for all that you donate. We receive about 95 to 97% of your donation when you donate through coffee to get us some beaver moisture to keep your favorite beaver nice and moist. Yum, yum, yum. So please, if you liked the show, buy me a hot chocolate. It would be very appreciated today. Thank you. And if there's a little extra, well, it goes back into the show to pay for subscription fees and things like that to bring this show to you. And your gifts really help. Once again, big thank you to Kit Linda for sending us something the other day. Very grateful for you. And of course, Kit John from Australia, who sent us something lovely as well. Thank you. All right. As well, we have memberships, super chat stickers on our YouTube page. We get about 70%. And if you want to avoid the US CE Tech Bros and make sure we get 100% of your donation, a direct transfer from your bank to ours using the email address truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com will do the trick. That same email address will help you communicate with us if you would like to contribute in word instead of money by giving us your comments about the show, good, bad, or ugly, some guest suggestions for the interview project, and of course, your good news, questions about the show, or questions about politics you would like us to answer. So please send all of that to truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. If you're looking for us at our socials, at True Eager at the Blue Sky Beaver Lodge, also on the Shitter, True North Eager Beaver on Facebook, and of course on Instagram. Thank you, Kid Uncover. We have the unofficial Damn Fam Discord. We have our Beaver Bite Substack, of course, our coffee page, all the places that you can find us, and right down here in the comment section on YouTube, which is the best place to write to us if you want us to absolutely see what you wrote. We try to read everything you write to us, and even though we're not able to answer everyone, and everything that you send to us, either in cash or in contribution, that is a word goes back into the show to make it better. Because democracy is something that you do, Kits and Cubs. Remember, we are now in a voting period for by-elections federally. North Vancouver, Capilano, Beaches, East York, and Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Early voting is over. However, you can vote early if you go to your returning office and cast your vote there. Otherwise, voting day is the 31st of August. We also have 3 by-elections in Ontario. We have oh my God, East Hamilton, Stony Creek, York Simcoe, and Scarborough Southwest. That's September 3rd. For those, if I'm not mistaken, early voting is on now, 26th, 27th, and 28th, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. in your electoral district. So please do that. And if you are voting by mail, please be sure that you get your application in. The deadline to vote to apply by mail is 6 p.m. Tomorrow. And the Elections Ontario must receive your completed voting kit by 6 p.m. Eastern on September 3rd to be counted. So very important if you are doing that. Let's see, what else do we have here? Those are that's the one I'm going to bring you today. And of course, if you live in the La Belle Province, the official kickoff of the Quebec election campaign is today. Find out about your candidates. Again, make your plan to vote. Look up the early voting information there as well. It's a very important election, probably one of the most important elections in the province of Quebec in a good while now. So please choose wisely and please participate actively in the democratic process. And hopefully we'll be able to have Annie Dufour come on the show a couple of times during the campaign to give us some updates about what is going on in La Belle Province. All right. Let's see, what else do we have for you, kids and cubs? Words of wisdom. Just again, lots of turmoil. Take in the information, wait to see what's corroborated, take your time, and also make the time to do some fun things. Disconnect from the news. It can be a lot. So make sure that you take some time to recharge your batteries from all this doom scrolling and all this panic and worry. All right. I'm hardwired for optimism. So everything will eventually work out. Everything will eventually work out. But we're going to have to go through a lot of crap in order to get through to the other side. Okay. But hold faith. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And remember, if you get tired somewhere along the way, take a break, pass the baton over to us. We'll run that leg for you. Okay. And then when you feel better, come back and take the baton from us, because we might need a break then. And run the leg. Okay. We're in this for a long time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Let's manage our energy. Let's not get too emotional and react to every little thing that happens, right? We've got a long way to go. Let's keep that in check, so that we can manage our anger and our outrage for the time comes when we're actually really going to need it and have to mobilize big time. Okay? So that's what I got for you, kids and cubs. But until that moment comes, remember, every day, little acts of resistance, they pile up. Okay? Those are my words of wisdom. Could be a tough world out there, so please be kind to and gentle with yourself. And now, kids and cubs, at the count of 3, can I please have you? Mr. Beaver, please cue the cock on 1, 2, and 3. Let me hear you. That is the good stuff right there. Okay, here you go, kids and cubs, since you asked so nicely. Here's a little cock-a-doodle-doo just for you. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Misfit Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters, CanadianTarot.com, their uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community, and the Pepper Master, hot pepper sauces made from farm-fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. We are grateful to the Crier Media Network for its support, Pete Jarvis for our artwork, and Paul Joseph Something for our opening and closing sequence music. All right, damn fam. A little bit of news about some Canadians who make us proud. U.S. Open edition. Yesterday, 3 of the 5 Canadians in competition advanced to the third round. Alexis Garneau unfortunately lost his second round match, 7-6, 7-3 in the tiebreak, 6-2. But Liam Drexel did defeat his opponent in the second round, 6-4, 6-2, rather convincingly, to advance to the final stage of qualification. For the women, Rebecca Marino lost to Pridakina, 6-2, 6-4. And I will not go further. Carson Branstein notched a very important win against Linda Fruhvirtova of the Czech Republic, 6-4, 7-5, and advances to the third round. It seems that one would believe that she is fully back from her recovery. And Bianca Andreescu also picked up a win against Podrez from Ukraine, 6-0, 6-3. Pretty convincing win. So Branstein, Andreescu, and Drexel are the 3 that will be playing today for a spot in the main draw of the 4th Grand Slam of the year. Drexel's scheduled to play around 2:30 against an Australian, I think, goes by the last name of Schoolkate, with whom I'm not familiar. Bianca Andreescu has a tall order taking place, facing Zidanchik, who's higher ranked than she is in the third round, and someone who's been on the tour for a while, a veteran here. And Carson Branstein currently on the court against an American whose last name is Montgomery and has won the first set convincingly 6-2 and is up 1-0 in the second set. So Canadians are doing well at the US Open. Also, big congratulations to Team Canada, who yesterday were playing the United States in the final of the Norsica volleyball championships and picked up a win. The Canadian, according to Sportsnet, this is says here, the Canadian women's volleyball team hasn't qualified for the Olympics since 1996, but based on recent results, it looks like there's a good chance that drought could come to an end this weekend. Canada first secured its first Norsica Continental Championship in team history with a 3-2 win, 25-23, 25-23, 20-25, 18-25, and 15-10 over the United States in the tournament final on Wednesday in the Dominican Republic. By finishing in the top four, Canada reaches the four-team 2028 Olympic qualifier, excluding the host U.S., which is ranked fourth in the world, on Friday and Saturday in the Dominican Republic. Canada, ranked 8th in the world, faces number 26 Puerto Rico. The 15th ranked Dominican Republic meets 25 on Cuba on Friday. The winners square off on Saturday for a spot in the Los Angeles Olympics. Oh my God, this is so exciting. Canada went 5-0 at the Norsica event. Anna Smrek led Canada with 20 points on 14 attacks, 5 blocks, and 1 ace. Andra Mitrovic added 16 points on kills, while Abby Guzin and Nyadholi Fakbwom contributed 14 and 12 points respectively. Canada's Librero, Casey Jost, was named most valuable player of the tournament. Quote, today's victory is amazing because it's really a team victory, Canada coach Giovanni Guidetti said. Our plan is to be the best we can be for Friday and Saturday Olympic qualifier. The players that played today were amazing, and some players that were resting today came in for a short time and made a big difference. It's a gold medal that reflects how special this team is, but there's no time to celebrate. Now the focus is on Friday and Saturday, which is what we came here for, and we'll keep focus on that goal. Now, I'm not sure if the Team Canada that played this tournament is the same Team Canada that played on the World Volleyball Tour. I would suggest that it is, if we're talking about the team that could qualify for the Olympics. And you will remember on the Nations Volleyball League Tour, Canada defeated the United States there for the first time ever as well. So if it's the same team, this is 2 wins against the United States in a row in 5 sets for Team Canada. That would be, again, they say if you can do it once, you can do it twice. And it seems that they did. If it's the same team, no fluke. So, all right. That's all we got, kids and cubs. Amour et bisous. Another double stuffed episode today because there's a lot going on. But hopefully tomorrow a little bit of a calmer day as we head into the weekend. Amour et bisous, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.